Um, there, yep, here I am. I'm trying to figure out if I need to open some curtains. So how's everyone doing?
Good.
Man, you guys are like ready to go. Everyone's there. It's like 9 o'clock and we're ready to go. So that's awesome. I mean, really, it's like,
got it down.
right. No, you guys have been really pretty good all along. So good morning, everyone. Now, if I remember correctly, when we ended yesterday, Rachel had captured an agenda that probably still makes sense, right? We were kind of iffy about what we wanted to start with. But I think that we said, Rachel, if you want to pull it up, I think we said, let's just jump right into people's homework assignments so we see where we stand on information to proceed on economics or not this week. So Rachel, can I just have you take over looking at the agenda you put together and just kind of walk us through it?
Do you want me to put it up on you want me to share my screen?
Sure, unless people could, yeah,
quickly.
So I've got it too, I guess.
And it's in everybody's shared Google folder. So I think our first point of discussion for this morning was to revisit the homework on economics that was assigned out yesterday, and then also talk about our timeline, whether we can proceed with compensation today, with a full discussion, I guess, following Russ's presentation yesterday. So I don't know, outside of my homework, I don't remember who else had homework. Russ?
So you were asking about how many FTE were on your frozen steps. Mm-hmm. That's 43% of them. And so I updated the spreadsheet that is out on Google Drive, and they'll be off to the right, and you can see the numbers and what steps they're on. So 43%.
Okay. Did anyone else have any homework?
I think Michelle and I were going to talk about the specific positions, field any questions from anyone.
Oh, right.
But that was just kind of part of we were prepared to do that.
I think, were you going to talk again to Rick Atha about?
So I did talk to Rick Atha, and he looked back and he said the committee actually decided to wait until July numbers were in because we would have better, CBIZ had reported that we would have better numbers. And so I talked to him pretty extensively last night. I don't think we will have those numbers prior to July 16th. And Rachel, I think you have a little more information than maybe I have even.
So what I would say in regard to the issue of having a concern that we don't have exact numbers on health insurance is that based on what we know about historical rate increases that we've experienced as a district, as well as based on the level of authority that I have from the board to discuss compensation, I don't think we're going to have an issue talking about health insurance. I think we're going to be okay to continue and have that discussion because I just don't think, again, based on the level of authority that I have, that it's going to be a roadblock in our discussions. And so I would say that I think the district's position is that at this point we're not going to have new or different or additional information in July, and we're ready to proceed with the compensation discussion. And I think it'd be kind of nice to do it close in time to when Russ gave his presentation while it's all fresh in our minds.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, similar to Russ's presentation on finances and the budget, I think the healthcare information would just be forthcoming to this committee like that if it's available. I think just to sort of recap, what we were saying was we can't really dig into economics until two things happen. Number one, we need to have a process to have a discussion about is there agreed upon dollar amount that would be available this year to budget, forward for the contract, wages, compensation. That's one conversation we need to have to proceed. And then the second bit was, what do we need to allot to healthcare increase, if anything, so that then the second step could be taken in terms of your process. So did you have a discussion about, or are you or Russ able to share more fully about the healthcare at some point today? Or is that something you'd want to do tomorrow, and then we'll do sort of, economic groundwork and homework tomorrow? How readily available is the info, I guess? And with that, what do other people think about that?
What specifically do you mean information about healthcare?
Russ, maybe you can weigh in here, and anybody else sort of jump in and say how you guys have historically looked at it. But I know, Russ, you line itemed, I believe, healthcare, but I guess based on any information about the upcoming plan year, do you need to update that information and us zone in on talking about what it's going to mean in terms of increased cost?
Well,
And if somebody else can sort of explain that better, let me just hop on in here.
Well, this is Russell. So the cost factors that we laid out yesterday was 1% equals $7. So that's what we had to work with. So basically, there's no new information that we can provide this team until we know what our actual premium increases are. And so whatever, if they go up 6%, then you multiply those numbers times 6 times 7, it's $42. So there's really no new information we can give at this point. We just have to wait for our premium numbers from Blue Cross Blue Shield to finalize that cost. And the other point on that is that those don't kick in until January, any new rates. So I guess point with all that is there's no new real big information coming down the road that's going to change what we could decide today, because it does go into effect in January.
And
Somebody
in
else
terms
sees
of
something
historically, I think something that's been done and that we could do if we wanted to, or if the discussion went there, and something that was done, I think previously when compensation was discussed for this fiscal year, was just to talk about rates in terms of up to a certain percentage increase, which is a tool that we could use again, I think, if that was helpful.
Russ, I have a question. I'm looking at the updated, it shows a total staff of 1,888.
That is just supportive funds. So if you go over to the tab that says total, so there's 3 tabs there.
Okay, thank you. I was like, that's not.
Should be about 2,042 or so.
All right.
So based on Russ and Rachel sort of sharing that information, what thoughts do folks have, or what other questions may there still be on healthcare if maybe the second half of today we take those categories that that you meaning the whole team, that you are going to want to look at to allot money to, available monies to. If we do take the second half of our day, we sort of throw a flip chart up for each category. I'll give you guys that assignment I talked about yesterday, where you sort of, kind of mindfully and individually rate things 1, 2, 3. And again, not based on what personally, and this, not personally what benefits you or your personal thought, but in terms of 1, 2, 3, in terms of you representing the folks that you're there for, you sort of coming forward and doing what makes sense for a contract, what makes sense on the team, right? You rate things 1, 2, or 3. And then we'll all sort of sit back and look, maybe even take a break, come back. I'll have you, walk around the room and see where it feels like the very necessary high priorities lie and where the important lower priorities are, and see if there's anything that is just not surfacing as much of a priority. Then I will be breaking you into those teams I talked about, and the end of day homework will be, that either, depending on where we go with this, maybe between now and the 13th, each team comes back with, what their budget, what a budget could look like, right? And then we sort of work from there. So what information do you need to ask about healthcare to know, how you're going to sort of average and or allot, and or Rachel's suggesting this idea that anything over a certain percentage might have to, be absorbed one way or the other. So what questions or thoughts do you have? And do you have enough knowledge, do you feel like, for me to send you out with that kind of assignment in terms of the budget?
Quick question. If we did the second half of today, if we're doing the rating exercise, does that mean this morning we would be talking about those first two questions? The available
think so.
dollar amount?
Yeah, and then if you don't-
Okay.
Perhaps, and if you don't, you may very well not. That rating process is not really slow. That's going to take the second full half of our meeting. If you don't finish your non-economic 2 topics today, then we have tomorrow to wrap those up, and then you come back. Your very next time together in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, will be bringing forth those sort of sample budgets on how you all might pull together compensation and wages. And that's really what we pretty much have left to do.
And I would just say maybe this is just a Rachel problem and not an anyone else problem. So it's helpful for me to stay on the same topic. Like, it was a lot to digest yesterday, to understand the numbers. I would have just a personal preference. I'm not expressing on behalf of the other district reps, but to continue while it's fresh in my mind talking about compensation. Because I'm afraid with a break in it, it's going to be more difficult for me to recall the information that Russ presented. Rather than switching to a new topic for part of this morning and then going back to compensation. But I don't know how everyone else feels.
I know that we talked about getting the calendar wrapped up, because I know you're looking at the 21-22 school year, to make sure we get that set so you can get that calendar out.
Would you rather do that now or make sure we have time at the end of today? I do not, I don't have a preference. Other than I know how we all start feeling at about 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you the things. If anybody else wants to sort of reply, I'd like to hear how you guys are feeling about it, because I want to do also what works for y'all in the room. And then I want to sort of give you my perception about where my gut would take you guys on this. But I would like to hear how you guys feeling about jumping. When you say go ahead and stick with economics, and then would you think we would try to get through economics like, today, and then go back and then go into it tomorrow, where people have to do that homework tonight, and then you back up the 13th, and then the end sessions would be about those 2 non-economic items left. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying necessarily like reach a TA today, but go through the work today, go through the exercises. And if we reach a TA, that's great. If we don't, that's perfectly okay. I just mean go through the exercises and the information and that stuff today.
Stephanie, would our little budget teams have to meet separately outside of this time?
I thought you said other budget teams. Yeah, because you're going to be partnered up with someone or 2 people. And your homework between now and another session is going to put your heads together on what you think how you think you would structure what y'all are spending. Now, if that feels like it's over processing for you all, that's just generally how I do it. Granted, you are a small group, and I'm not sure if there's going to be a lot of varying opinions or views on where your money is weighted in that room. But certainly it would be nice to know now versus sort of waiting 2 weeks, know now, or have the discussion about what is that. Remember we said, what is the dollar amount that we all agree that you're working with, or what is that, minimum maximum that you're working with, so that you can narrow the difference between the best case scenario, which I think was when we said best case scenario is like 6.7 million to work with, and then that worst case scenario. At some point, I think we need to have that discussion about how do we even think about what this group can commit to, not knowing what the best, where that's going to land, based on the conversation you had about the governor's decisions yesterday and things like that, state revenue. So that's one thing, and that's a unique conversation to have. So I'm not allergic to having that conversation at all, and I'm really not allergic to having you all do your ratings, but it feels like you need to have some time to meet, to do your little group exercise that's, you know, the two groups of 2 to 3 people. You do have time more than maybe overnight than one night, right? That's one idea. That's one thought I'm having. The second thought I'm having is, and you may notice and see how this is morphing when you compare some of the way you all first, you've been doing wonderful actually, but if you think about, you know, from the first day of training and then when you think about sort of just your first session, you know, you all are learning to deal with varying opinions really rapidly. And every time you take on an issue, whether you're TAing it or whether you're just being transparent and exploring it, every time you take on an issue, you as a group are getting more resilient to conflict and to differing opinions. So as a facilitator, I always like to get you through as many non-economics, not that they're not challenging. I'm guessing maybe the grievance procedure issue is going to be a challenging conversation, right? But get you through a couple of those to sort of build your muscle as a team on conflict and struggle that you're going to have. And generally the highest conflict and struggle is around economics. So I always like to try to get those non-economics done, both to get them out of the way, because a lot of times if you eat up a lot of time on economics, you're at the end, and then the non-economics that are left get deprioritized. And maybe that's okay. But so that's where I'm thinking as a facilitator, get you guys, get your muscles a little stronger. But I also don't really have a sense for if there's going to be much differing opinions or much conflict, or where you're going to land on how much money you've got, right? So, you know, so that's just where I'm thinking, and I'm just thinking out loud with you all.
No, that's helpful.
And I think it's such an important topic for all of us to have, that it's important for us to kind of get going on it, to at least start those conversations about, well, what really is the pot that we're dealing with, and start having those deep discussions. And as Rachel suggested, if we don't get there, we don't get there, but at least we've started that process, and we know where we need to do additional homework or whatever.
I just don't, my fear is time pressure if we haven't gotten through the work now, because those days in July are squished right up next to each other.
Right, but we can schedule more if we need to.
I mean, we definitely need to break into the teams too and do some of that work.
Yeah, and I don't want to rush people where they're having to do the work, you know, okay, tonight, end of a long session or even a short session, you know, and then tonight you have to put your brains around creative ways of thinking, you know, and then jump right into it tomorrow. But I'm also feeling like you guys are pretty, you know, pretty nimble and flexible. Like, you know, truth is, you all have had enough experience around this table, enough smarts around this table, and I think enough mutual respect around the table, quite frankly. And you've got a handle, and it seems like you all are already getting a good handle. Granted, you didn't have 20 or 30 items, but you guys do have a good handle on each one of your items, where they're at in the process, and where you need to go procedural wise, right? So I feel like you're skilled enough as a committee to go any way with this, and it's not going to make or break you. Okay, so with that, maybe we sort of, you know, think about that and remind us, what were the 2 open issues, Rachel, the 2 open non-economics that are remaining? Grievance procedure.
Calendar, we haven't started grievance procedure, but.
Yeah, and I would say,
today, the calendar was next.
Professional learning.
yeah, I would say.
Rachel, you're showing your youth with that tiny font. What is that, like 11?
It's big on my computer. Hang on.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I could make it bigger.
There we go.
Okay, there you go.
I mean, I do think we need to make sure we hit those. The grievance procedure is not time sensitive. That discussion is not.
It's not, okay. Calendar is.
I think we just need to make sure between today and tomorrow, we have time to discuss the calendar issue, the blackout calendar, and potentially how professional learning weaves into that.
And by the way, professional learning and staff meeting is still sort of lumped
Right.
together a little bit. Okay. So yeah, I think I think I could say I can morph any way you all, what is y'all's pleasure is what I'll say. So I'd say talk amongst yourself and you guys kind of own how you want to spend your time today and tomorrow. And I'll just facilitate through that. It's again, nothing's going to make or break this. I mean, I think you guys are, yeah.
This Jay, I feel like we almost need to do a thumbs vote on which one we do next. I'm trying not to feel like it's being driven down a different path right now, if I speak candidly. I also, in retrospect, think, you know, we do need to look at how we spend the afternoon. I do think that we do get a little bit more exhausted, and then when we carry on and try and push through, I think sometimes we come close to damaging some of the relationships that we're building because we're tired, and some things don't necessarily get conveyed the same way. Just a observation on my end. So, I mean, to me, I think the best thing to do is focus on something that's gonna take a lot of effort and get our best focus in the morning, but I don't want to rush. And you know, the finance stuff, I think for me, you know, it's always fresh in my mind. It's not, we looked at it yesterday. I mean, I look at it all the time. So I don't, you know, just because we covered it yesterday doesn't mean that we have to come through real hard and hit it now.
Jay, thank you for just being forthright. Jay, I'm not sure because I'm looking at my own face and not y'all's. Who's sitting to your left?
Rachel.
Okay, and Rachel, I think that we've got a sense of where you opened up with sharing what feels right or preference to you in terms of your sort of processing style. Who's to your left, Rachel?
Jill.
Jill, do you want to weigh in, and can we just sort of because thumbs up or down requires someone to throw a proposal out, one proposal, right? You know, but I'd like to hear a little bit from everyone, and then you'll all have a sense of where the whole room's sort of feeling as a whole, and where are the outlier opinions or feelings about this. So Jill, how are you feeling about it based on this conversation?
Yeah, I do think we should talk about calendar today and do something like you said that makes us a stronger team and gives us like a confidence. I think that it's okay to start ranking things that we want to prioritize with the economics. I don't know that I can meet with a team tonight to make a budget together. You know, some of us all have kids, and I have plans to pick them up from dance class and make dinner and put them to bed. And anyway, so I don't want to rush that because I think it's important that we take the time to go through that process like you put out. I know Lindsay asked yesterday if Russ knew like what the final numbers would be by the end of June 30, and he said just ask me next week. So that's out there too. That, I mean, I know we have in there right now 2.8 is what our surplus will be at the end of 1920, but he said, you know, ask him next week, so that maybe that possibly could change, and then it could change what our agreed upon numbers could be for the piece of the pie. So I think it is important we could go ahead and start ranking those things, but I don't know that we'll be able to rush through this and get it done by tomorrow before our July sessions. Do you want to know who's to my left?
Yeah, I was going to say, just going around like this just gives other people sort of food for thought. Like I had forgotten that there may be, you know, and Russ can further expand on that if it is helpful to have more info next week. So just everybody continue to be transparent. It's food for thought for everyone, right? So yeah, Jill, who's next to you?
Michael.
This is Mike. Yeah, I already expressed one thought. To add to that, I certainly don't want anyone to feel any apprehension or rushed or anything like that when we're having this, you know, really, really important conversation. So if that's anyone's feelings, I would certainly, you know, acquiesce to them and make sure that we're doing things in the appropriate order. So, yeah, I mean, whatever the feeling of the team is how I'm feeling as well.
This is John. I'm with Jill. I think we can probably start doing the rankings. We obviously need those end of the year dollar amount, because we definitely, I think you said, Russ said 43% would not be seeing an increase unless we increase the base. And I think we had quite a bit of percentage last year who, with the 1% base increase that we had and the health insurance increase, actually was taking home less last year than the year before.
I'll add in that this percentage is about 10% higher than last year.
The 43% is 10% higher?
Because I'm guesstimating because I haven't looked this morning. I think it was 33% last year. In that kind of range. I could look, but yeah. Stephanie, are you still with us?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think that John was speaking. I was listening.
Just double checking. We don't see your video, so.
No, because I'm trying to figure out, I've got Rachel's screen share and I'm trying to get it big
I'm
again
taking
so I
my
can get
notes
the
up
room.
here. I forgot. There we go.
Yeah, I was just trying to, but I don't have to have the room big. I was just trying to actually see who was.
You should have a
speaking.
button that says gallery view, and then you might be able to see all of us.
When you're screen
But I don't know.
sharing.
I think if you
can't
take
do-
off the
I can.
screen sharing, do we still need that? Then you would be able to,
There you go.
there you go.
Yeah, if I took that off, I think I get it, yeah. Okay, there. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I think John, I was trying to sort of track what you were saying in terms of how you're feeling about this. Wasn't it John that was talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, so you were going into what previous year looked like, and go ahead. Or had you finished your thought?
Oh, I was done.
I guess I want to know, maybe I'm not in the room and I'm not, were you basically just emphasizing the fact that it's an important topic, right? Because
Yes.
last year,
Yes.
there were some situations that you probably have an eager membership, folks you represent, and you're just saying it's important. Does that tie into any thoughts you have about how we end up proceeding? Did you also say we could probably go ahead and do the categorization or the prioritization?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even if we have time, maybe at the end of the day, if we end early, I mean, we could probably start working with groups or something too, would be an option.
All right, and guys, just kind of go around. You just share as much or as little as is bubbling up for you around how we proceed. Who's next to you, John?
Yes, this is Russell.
What thoughts do you have, Russell?
Yes,
We're all bated breath for you. You're the numbers guy.
yeah, so, I do agree with Jay. We do our better work in the morning, and this is probably one of our more difficult issues that we have to talk about. So I'd like to see us make some progress on the discussion this morning about it, whether we come to agreement or not. At least we need to start progressing towards it, because it's going to be a tough one. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. I guess that's all I have.
Okay. Russell, I'm going to consider you a subject matter expert. I'm freezing up a little bit. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
On this, when we think about progressing or proceeding, that sort of priority exercise, I think, is one that's not a heavy lift, but I just don't want to rush it, right? But I would like to hear your thoughts around, and we don't have to I just want to hear your thoughts and kind of keep moving and then maybe come back to them. What are your thoughts around feasibility of figuring out what is, someone said, how big's the pot, or right? What dollar amount would you all be working with? How would you even sort of roll the dice on a range for that?
Well, what we presented yesterday was the $6.7 million. And that's what we know as of now. So that's what we're working with. if we wait till July, my opinion, there's not going to be any new information out there. There's not going to be any new information in August. If you're asking my opinion, I don't think we'll get any information from the state until after November. That's my opinion. And that's the way the state has done it in the past. So if they follow suit, that's what they'll do.
Understood. I think that's helpful to hear. Thank
Okay.
you. Who's sitting next to you, Russ?
It's me,
Lindsay.
Lindsay.
Hey, hey.
I have some apprehensions about discussing this today and then turning over kind of proposed budget overnight. You know, I think it's something that we need to spend the time and kind of do due diligence on of what do we want to propose. So I think that's, you know, just the timing of that is really tough. I also have some concerns because it feels like we're wanting to get financial done by tomorrow, which then means we're not going to discuss the end of the year, the end of the fiscal year totals, which from what we've heard, the district has saved money throughout COVID because everyone's at home and utilities and all of that type of stuff, that number, that 2.8 number could be a lot bigger. So that's a concern I have. I just feel like we have calendar and we have grievance procedure and PD and staff meetings. Like, we still have a lot of things besides financial. It's not like once financial's done, we're done. So that's kind of my thought.
Okay. Who hasn't spoken yet?
Michelle, I'm the last one, I think. I agree that probably the financial discussion is going to be our most difficult, and we should spend that time in the mornings, whether that's today, tomorrow, or the following weeks. I do feel like trying to end by July 16th, I'm going to go out on a limb here a little bit, is extremely important for the organization. While this team, we've been very cordial and I think built great relationships, I think we could hopefully all agree the sooner that we have some sort of agreement, it just helps in the healing process that we've had for the last year. So I think that's really important. I think scheduling becomes very difficult, and it lends to dragging this on for a really long time, and I don't think that's good for the organization.
I don't know that it would be perceived as dragging on if we are productive every time and actually get some great conversations and come to tentative agreements. I would not see that as being perceived as dragging on, but that's that was Jill, by the way.
I've got you all on this gallery view, and it's lovely. So question for Michelle, for Russ, Michael, Rachel, or just anyone who has some knowledge. Is there an interest in timeline on both either completion or getting some understanding on where you all are heading on economics? Is there an interest that is just not transparent or we've not put out there yet that we all need to think about, either lining up the timeline to something that maybe we haven't discussed, or something coming up, or a desire that's maybe not around this table, but outside this table? Because the truth is, when the association may feel some pressure or an expectation from, I would say, their membership and, the represented certified staff, and that is an interest that they're maybe struggling with. And then when we're talking about process, I would expect them just, it's okay to bring it to the table. We're all one. We all should have that pressure or that dynamic to deal with. The association shouldn't struggle with it alone. I would say the same for the district. If it feels as though there's sort of some underlying pressure that y'all are feeling, that we all probably need to have our heads around, and we should all be struggling with. It's all of our problems, right? This is you all's process together. So if there's anything that you guys want to add as an interest in terms of, timeliness on getting this done in July, which was your sort of initial timeline, or on the desire to have economics more hammered out sooner than later. I mean, I think if it's not confidential, I think it's okay to share, and if there's nothing else other than just this sort of feeling and desire, that's okay too. But if anybody wants to add anything on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that I guess in terms of the district's interest, have a real, interest in reaching a TA on compensation in this 3 series of meetings. I do think, as Michelle expressed, we have an interest, given the number of meetings that we've scheduled for June and July, and just how busy things get when the school year starts, to finish within our scheduled sessions. My thought was that because compensation is such a, tough, meaty issue that we need to have adequate time on, that I don't want to set ourselves up potentially for failure by pushing the whole discussion to those last 3 days, so that we either feel rushed or that we have to add sessions. My thought was, if we can get through some of the work now and figure out what those pieces are that people need time to think about or do homework on or meet with a group, then we can do that now, so that we are at least potentially set up to finish within our scheduled sessions.
So just to really hit the ground running, because you guys are going to have, 12 days apart.
Right.
Okay, also 2 things that I think that we've had discussions about, and maybe there's no need to rediscuss, and if it's no, just tell me that. Is there any board meeting or deadline in relation to the board wanting to kind of have some knowledge around where y'all may be heading? That's one. And then number 2, Rachel, I think you were going to just get a feel for, whether or not the classified staff issue was going to get in the way, or how you might think about that. And I don't know if you have any more info, or if it's just a non-issue now, but those 2 questions I'm.
So we don't have a board meeting at all in the interim. We don't have a meeting until the end of July, which would be an opportunity for the board to approve any compensation increases. But we don't have a meeting until after at least right now, until after our last scheduled session.
So the board will meet end of July and then again into August, I'm guessing, monthly.
Yeah.
And
I think, Jay, go ahead. Anybody else have other questions, other thoughts?
This is Mike. I did do some research, or not some research, but had some conversations with the rest of the HR team last night, and specifically Ms. Morris, who handles our classified staff. And so, our feeling as an HR department is it's not unfair, but we know that our classified staff would certainly appreciate any compensation increases immediately, rather than waiting for this process to play out. And to go back to your initial question of us around interest, I mean, I certainly don't have any interest other than what Rachel expressed, outside of the fact that I do think it's good practice and kind of typical practice across the state to start a school year with a negotiated agreement. And so certainly that's not been how we've had it in Shawnee Mission over the past couple of years, but I don't think it's not the norm across the state. So that would be my interest. I just think there's real value in starting the school year ready to go with a negotiated agreement.
Great
I would
input,
echo
guys.
that.
I think really a lot of insight around this table, similar and varied. So, there's strength in your varied opinions for sure, guys. So can I make a recommendation that then let's see if, I think Jay recommended a thumbs up or down, but before making a recommendation, I wanted to hear from everyone in the room. So I'm hearing a couple things. I think everyone's reiterating the desire to do numbers, if you will, and or hard or complicated topics that require you really focus it's better to do that in the first half of the day than the last, right? Especially if we're going all day. And then I'm also hearing that it's probably a real rush, or you won't be doing quality work if you have to do this breakout assignment in one night. I'm also hearing Russ sort of just say that, I'm thinking Russ is saying that the 6.7 is a number that, he would recommend that you all be comfortable working with, but I want to have a discussion about that. So I'm feeling like my recommendation for today is the calendar feels like it's, I hope short and sweet, but maybe not, because we still have those 2 days to deal with. So whether we jump right into the calendar, as Michelle had maybe suggested earlier, or whether we jump right into really drilling down on this 6.7, is it the right number for this team to work with? And then let's go ahead and put our different categories up. I'll direct you guys through your classifications, take a little break, and then I can come back. I get to put you with a team member, give you the homework assignment that you are going to have between now and the 13th, or I can give the homework assignment end of day tomorrow so it's fresher, right? So we can go ahead and proceed with economics this morning, particularly is 6.7 the right number, and what are our priorities, right? And then the afternoon could go into the non-economics that are remaining, and then tomorrow, more non-economics that are remaining, or even if you're doing good on time, maybe tomorrow your teams don't come together as a large group. If you want to spend, the first, hour and a half or two with your individual person someplace else in the building so that you don't have to meet in the evening or not, right? So that's what I'm thinking, right? So we go ahead and talk about 6.7, we go ahead and do our priority exercise, and we jump into what non-economics are on the agenda today. And then look at where we go. Could there be a thumbs up on that and or a side thumb, or if that's just not gonna work today, then thumbs down, guys.
I can live with that.
Good.
And did everybody do a thumbs? Okay, so I think we're good to go. And then what's sort of at play is, shall we jump right into that 6.7 and the priorities, or calendar? I feel like we're on the conversation. You want to talk more about that 6.7?
I'm waiting with bated breath for Russell's answer.
I'm prepared.
Did I get made fun of, Russell, or did you?
I'm prepared to talk about it.
Okay, so yeah, so you said that, like how would that work if we looked at the 6.7? And yes, Jay's waiting with bated breath. So what do you think?
If you guys are comfortable, I mean, I don't, again, for me, when my mind is fresh, because numbers are a complicated thing for me, I'd have that preference. But if anyone would rather do calendar first, certainly let the team know.
Russ, I think you're on. So in terms of that 6.7, I may just be me, because you all work with your budget year after year. I think everyone around this table has done this more than once, right? For your district. Every district's different. So can you think about, what challenges do you think about when you think about if you all sort of plan for or work with that 6.7? That question. And then I don't want it to go unspoken, because Lindsay did raise the question or concern about, are you guys maybe sort of shortcutting yourself if you don't look at that 2.8 number, perhaps going up or down?
Russ, can you answer, and I did not get an understanding of this yesterday, because I know you are waiting for some final numbers to come in. What is the possible level of variance from that 2.8? Because my guess is, I don't know how, right? Could it be huge? Could it be?
It could be significant. So let's just say $1 million.
Really?
Yeah. So the one piece that we know is the special ed reimbursement rate that we always wait. That came back, and that generated about $400,000 more in revenue in the current year.
Okay.
That's the one we're going to lose 150 next year. We're going to get 400 this year. So that 2.8 could grow to 3.2, and then as we process all the payrolls, there'll be there won't be as much that falls out of payroll, because we paid everybody out their contract amount. Actually, I think that cost might be a little bit more than what it typically does, because we have money that falls out from lead docs and FMLAs and et cetera. So we're still processing all that and posting those to the general ledger. And so we won't know those probably till next week. But
oh, sorry.
I don't know if I'm answering you. I can't
No,
give you a
that's
hard
important.
number, but it will be better than 2.8. Could it be 3.8? It probably could be 3.8. Could it be 4? It might be 4.
And so what that would change would just be,
It'd be-
the ending fund balance.
The ending fund balance would be higher, yes. But the one thing that does, that we want to go back to what I said yesterday, that helps with allotments. So if if the state were to come back and say we're going to have allotments, it takes a lot of pressure off the district from having to do cuts in the school year. So examples of that, if we had vacancies that we really wanted to hire and we had that cushion, we might still be able to hire those. If we don't have that cushion, then we're going to take that off the table and just leave that vacant and not fill it. We might go and cut supplies and services. These are things that we've done in the past. It's very hard to do things in the middle of a school year because you're contractual to personnel. You got a bus contract. Utilities are utilities. There's just a lot of things when you get into the fiscal year, you do not have time to plan or make adjustments because you're on the hook for those costs. So the more you have in those fund balances, the better position you put yourself in. It's the same as if it's your personal checking account and savings account. We talk about we're all supposed to have our emergency funds for our personal life. And that's that example. These are our emergency funds to get us through this. The other thing we might mention is, Dr. Fulton talked about the $1.3 million for adding the special ed caseload. That has to come out of operating funds. This money could go towards that. So if we get through 1920, that money could be there for that. It'd make that plan work a lot more smoothly financially.
Do you mean to hire additional sped teachers in the year?
No, that'd be for 2021.
For 2021.
21,
So you-
22.
What year?
For 21, 22.
You mean hire?
21, 22.
Okay, so
Yeah.
hiring additional sped teachers that would start in the 21-22 school year.
Correct. So that's that's just where I'm at with if you just have that healthier fund balance. I know we talked about 8.3, we don't want to go below that, but if we were to go in there at 9.3, that would put us in even a better position financially if something were to come down from the state in the middle of the fiscal year.
Two questions. So with the state budget being 50% education, I mean, is there any way that logically that there won't be allotments?
My personal opinion is I don't know how we get out of that untouched. I really don't. The other thing is there's that built-in increase to fund that base. So the base is, I don't know my numbers right now, but we built in $133 on the base. That's the state, that's in the state's budget. So I wonder if the governor just says, well, we're going to take that increase back. We won't give you that increase. Well, there's $4 million to Shawnee Mission. So that's one example that if you do that. If they look at fund balances, so probably exercise that the state will do is when we submit all our budget documents in July, they'll probably go through and look at all the school districts' fund balances, and they'll compare it last year to this year's. And if they see significant growth, like in our case, legislators are already on record saying that they want to take that money back. So we already got legislators out there that have said that.
What would they say those same legislators, if they know our fund balances are growing? Do you know what I mean? Or is it the same legislators that would see like the new money that we receive is then, saved at the end of the year and put into our fund balances?
What would they say? Or
Well, I
what's
mean,
their-
I don't know that you would know what they say, but
Well, their logic behind it is that we can take that money back from school districts because they just pocketed a couple
Right.
more $1 million.
Right.
So their fund balances are healthier, so they can absorb taking some money back.
So how do we balance that with knowing that we need to save, we need to have this point where we have 1.3 available? Because that seems to me as a counter, those problems directly face each other. Because we need to have a savings of that amount so we can move forward with hiring our sped teachers. Is that money going to be at risk if it's held there to be ready for next school year?
But that's also a one-time savings that is going to have to be budgeted to carry on past, right? I mean, we're talking about 1.3 to hire how many new sped teachers, but that's a 1.3 budget continual.
Yeah, those would be reoccurring costs. You're correct.
So if we save the 1.3 now, then it's still got to be budgeted next.
Yeah, it would have to be budgeted going forward. You're correct.
And Russ, per Dr. Fulton's recommendation to the board from going from 6 to 5, we still had to come up with an additional 1.3 for that as well. Is that correct?
That is,
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's the special ed,
Okay.
reducing their caseloads.
Got it.
Russ, I've got a question, and I'm sure other people do as well. I want to say two things. When I usually go into mediations, I shake my head yes a lot, and I don't want anybody to think that means I agree or disagree with any opinion. I shake my head yes, meaning, oh, I understand, okay? But I do want to ask you a question, and part of this is just for my benefit when I'm mediating Kansas schools. On the fund balance, I hear exactly what you're saying, sort of, when they look at where they might be able to take back, they may look at the districts that appear to be healthier in the fund balance. So when you all end up with a TA on economics and you're going to allot money towards wages and compensation, even though it's not been paid out yet, but it'll be budgeted because you'll have a TA or a contract, does that bring the fund balance down by that amount?
That's correct.
Okay. What other questions do folks have?
Can you give us the shorthand again of how we get to the 6.7 number? Just from the deductive reasoning, right? We start with this, we take out this.
Yeah, the 6.7 is simply subtracting what we anticipate in funding for 2021 minus what we have budgeted at this point. So you just subtract the two numbers and we have 6.7 million.
And that 6.7 is our pre-COVID number, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that is based on statutory funding right now.
And if this group spent the 6.7, that would take us down to an ending fund balance of around 16 million again, which is about 8.8%.
Yeah, it would be back to what it was on the line before, right? The 15.9.
That's correct.
But plus the contingency reserve. So then that brings it up closer to 21, which is how you get the 8.86%.
Yeah, that's correct, but those two numbers.
You keep them separate, but that's
We
your-
keep separate, but those two numbers added together makes up the 8.6 or 9.
That number.
So guys, it's important, not that we won't have another chance, but it's important to really understand, because when you do your homework assignment with your partner or your partners, you're going to need to know a lot of these answers in order to come back with something that's viable. And again, I'm going to ask you guys to come back with your respective team with something that's viable, but not something that you're coming to argue for, right? Or convince anyone of, just an option. So I have two questions in that light. Remind me, is the 6.7 the available funds for all salary and compensation, or is that just the certified?
Could be all pay groups.
For all compensation components for all pay groups?
That is correct, and the health insurance.
Okay.
So I have to tell you, generally, when I get to economics with most districts, many times, and I'm not recommending anything, I'm just telling you how do we come across the hurdle so that that's understood when people break into teams, how much do they really want to look at. So a lot of times, there will be a board recommendation, or really the last two districts, it's just a board member on the committee that has shared, well, we're kind of looking at this percentage for classified. So then they kind of the team was able to mentally move that out of their available funds, right? I don't know, we should think about how we approach that so that I don't just send teams off with saying that, they only, and again, the group here only represents certified staff, right? They're not bargaining for classified, right? So we have to kind of think about how we get even more focused on the 6.7. My other question is, Russ, I love how you just said, okay, here's the dollar amount for every 1% on a healthcare increase. So if you break down with your teams, you want to think about would you say over the past year, and is it available? You guys need to know, what has the average percentage increase been? What does it equate to a dollar amount? So that you can think about how that gets budgeted. In terms of whether it be out of the pocket for the member or the staff or district absorbing some, or a combination of either, right? But Russ, would you recommend that we not just work from a 1% increase, but is there any predictability on or suggestion on how teams might think about that? 1% times 3, or
Yeah, we have those cost factors. That was in the presentation yesterday, so we could just pull those up and work off the same numbers. So the step cost is what it is. And so the base is really the only number that you would play with.
Okay, no, I think I mean in terms of that healthcare increase. Oh, yeah.
Oh, same thing with health. If of course, we don't know what it's going to be, but if we predict it's going to be a 5% premium increase, we know exactly what that dollar amount's going to be. Well, not exactly.
So is it
close?
And again, you all can invite. I think Linda may be in the room today. She is a great resource for sure. But I don't know if there's a desire to at least look at trends or be specific, or if Linda can say, maybe one year, if you guys have had a larger increase, the following doesn't appear to be as large. Is there any trend that might let you focus a little more on how you can intelligently guess something like that?
When I talked to Rick yesterday, it was my understanding, unless I completely misunderstood, that we had a pretty significant increase last year, and so we're not expecting a large increase this year. Is that accurate? Linda's shaking her head, yes.
It wasn't at 7.8.
Last year was,
It was close to that.
last year was closer to 10.
Last year was closer to 10.
It varied from 8% to 10% depending on which plan.
And I think I've got data from all of our previous I know that I have previous negotiations that would show the change in the healthcare cost.
Is it change for represented members out of pocket, or is it change in terms of the bid or the cost from the?
That's a good question. Actually, it would be the change in how much the district is contributing to our healthcare.
Yeah, that'd be a whole lot of data to try and figure out if you're dependent on each member.
Yeah, I'm saying what is your healthcare generally trending? Even if you looked at the past 5 years, if only one of those years had an 8% increase, that's really an outlier. So you wouldn't want to allot an 8% increase this year. And I think that's what I heard Michelle say. But what is reasonable? Is a 1% very, very low and not likely to happen either? Any thoughts on that? Anyone?
Well, I don't know that 1% would be as safe as, I feel like we've always kind of circled around 5 as being a pretty conservative in terms of hopefully it's slightly less than that. But I think that it'd be, because of what we experienced last year, we'd be shocked to see it be above 8% or so.
So food for thought. I don't know that we have to decide it right now, but also Rachel.
Well, this is Russell, and I'm also going to turn to Linda and see if she can and correct me if I'm wrong, Linda, well, 2 years ago, we had 0%, but that's because we went out, CBiz had to go out and broker it on the market. And so basically that's getting bids, and in typical fashion, they lowball it to make sure they get the business, and they probably lowballed it too much, and then we paid for it for this year, 1920, by their book of their claims were a lot higher than what they really should have bid in 1819. So it's kind of hard to use 1819 it's a trend.
I think 1819 and 1920 are extremes. I've been on that committee for 5 years. Our biggest issue is usage by our HMO and our PPO plus program. So a couple years ago, when we went out and bid a new, put it out to market, that's when we got additional plans. And then the first year, we moved a small percentage of people to those less expensive plans. We had a significant number of people that moved this year. And so then we need to see, again, what the effect is of that third year of people moving to those plans that are not those Cadillac plans, if you will. So I don't think you see consistently 5% increases. I think it's varied everywhere from that 3 to 6. So maybe 5's in the middle. And that would be, to me, that would be a very conservative estimate.
In terms of it would be safe to,
I would say.
I'm trying to,
Yeah.
is conservative
I
the
don't
right
know how to
word?
be, my committee's probably laughing over there because I'm the Spanish teacher, not the numbers person. But just from my, going to those meetings, it's really, but we do have, what we do have that's kind of out there is COVID. It kept a lot of people home.
That's a very good
because
point.
people couldn't go in. So our numbers may turn out fantastic because a lot of people didn't go in for anything elective and a lot of people didn't even go to the doctor. So this year might be fine and next year might be our spike year.
I do think this year could be an outlier as well
Yeah.
because of COVID, either really sick people and or no elective surgeries. That's a lot. I mean, you're talking about no one doing a knee, ankle, hip, shoulder surgery. You're probably talking about a lot of people.
And
I've
then
been looking at numbers.
And then those, remember, we have that built-in insurance where cases where that healthcare costs that, like something catastrophic that costs over $100,000, that gets set aside and doesn't affect our rate.
Okay.
So, if we did have some people with, $200,000 intensive care services for COVID, that does not impact the rate increase.
It looks like, it's just from numbers that I have where it shows how much the district is paying for our health insurance and how much the employee, the HMO, actually we have it in there like how much an HMO single employee would have to pay for on their end. It looks like from 15-16 to 16-17, there was about a 3% increase. But again, I would have to look at those. And then again, from 16-17 to 17-18, maybe like an 8. But then you're right, it was a year where there was no increase.
And the HMO took the brunt of the increase
Right.
last year. I think actually our high deductible plans, those plans, their premiums actually went down
Yes.
because we made a decision as a benefits committee to allocate those funds differently. So that's where, that's
Okay.
why that benefits committee work is so critical, because we might get, for example, a claim, we might get a quote that we're going to get a 7% increase, but we may decide that one group is going to bear the brunt of that. Does that make sense? Because at some point you have to decide, which is not a great, it's a very challenging decision, but you have to decide, do the majority of the people continue to cover those very expensive costs of that very expensive plan? Maybe if you have to decide as a group and have a lot of conversation of, do you raise the premiums of those Cadillac plans, for lack of a better word, so that people that are just thinking of our classified staff, for example, who are trying to pay family insurance can at least have an affordable plan to pay for their family. So it's, a lot of factors go into that.
Thank you. Very helpful. Guys, I think that we should sort of think about, are there other questions people may be trying to get at is a conversation that we will put together a set of assumptions that are part of your homework assignment. That yes, you're going to do homework. You're going to come up with your unique way of bringing back a budget. But we want every team to be operating off this same set of assumptions. What I'm struggling with is, should teams maybe have the leeway to figure out what they want to assume about the healthcare increase based on the knowledge you're getting, instead of us decide as a one whole group an assumption about what percentage you might look at. So we can figure that out when we pull our assumptions together. I've got two other things, and we don't have to do it now, but when we do pull our assumptions together, I do want to have you guys crack open the healthcare language to me, just so I can see how your amount paid by the teacher versus district is structured. And then the other thing I want to say, and I know I'm bouncing around a little bit here, I just don't want to lose it. Rachel, the way you had pulled up that document on capturing practices and procedures that either you like or you guys want to improve on for the ending conversation you're going to have about, how do you go forward even better? I would say that the situation with the state funding is not within your control, right? You're just kind of stuck with that unknown. But I would say that for future, when you all do put together bargaining calendar, once you put on that document, having a conversation that you're going to line up as best you can this work with or after there's budget, there's benefit info, if that's at all possible, right? We didn't really know how our dates would play out with COVID, but I'm sure that Dr. Atha and Linda and that committee wouldn't mind communicating with you all in advance so that you have the specific benefit info before you get to this point next time. And that's no dig on you guys. I'm just saying capture it as a best practice, perhaps. So with that, other questions or things that are coming up for you guys?
I'm wondering, going back to the pie discussion, is there a way, Russ, I'm asking a question I don't know the answer to. Is there a way to say that we know that typically our percentage to the other pay groups, like all other pay groups, is this percentage of the available operating funds? Like, what is the best way?
Are you asking like, what's 1% raise for classified?
No, I'm asking literally when we have our, whatever our increase in, like this year we were looking at 6.7, is there a way to say that whatever that total pie is, that has to go to all pay groups?
I think that's
in
in
there.
Russ's budget presentation on that items requested for consideration. The second line says base, and then it's 1% for all pay groups. And then he has, it's like 1.8 million.
Is 1% for all?
Yes, so like the 6.7 million would cover, like when we start talking about step and base, the numbers he gave us for step and for base, the cost of those would be, like he said, for all pay groups.
Is that what you're asking?
I'm actually asking a different
Break it
question,
down.
which is there a way to figure out the pie for our professional employees?
Well, we have the pie chart, no glasses, can't read, from yesterday that broke out the teachers. I cannot read it on this, so.
It looks like it says 48.6.
Yeah, so that's what I was.
My lady glasses.
I got my glasses. Yeah. So Lindsay just nailed it though.
48,
So if that's what you're
48.6.
asking, that she has the pie
This
number
one?
there.
Thank you.
But it looks like it's maybe just teacher salary, and then 14.4 is the benefits.
And
But
that
would
that'd be
be
everybody.
split up. Yeah, we'd have to split that up.
And teachers make up about 60% of health insurance benefits.
so I'm just asking, tell me if this is not a smart way to do it. Can you take 48.8 plus 60% of the health insurance, and that's an estimate as to the piece of that pie?
It would be.
I mean, I'm just wondering if that's a helpful exercise to do, knowing that once the numbers come in that we're waiting for, that 6.7 may change, right? Won't it potentially change based on
think
what?
so.
Because that assumes 2.8 right now as an
No.
ending fund balance?
I think the 2.8 is just what's left over for 1920, and the 6.7 is like you said, how much they're getting in with revenue, and then how much their
Okay.
expenditures are gonna be. So I think they're actually separate, but
So 6.7 is not dependent on the 2.8.
did you hear that, Russ? 6.7 is not dependent on the 2.8. Like, it's not gonna, the 6.7 is not gonna change if you're in funding,
No,
ending
no,
fund
no,
balances change.
6.7 stands alone.
Got it.
You bet.
But if we just calculate out, a 1% base increase, and that'd be for all pay groups, if we said, because doesn't generally everybody get the same,
Correct.
like the other pay groups?
Those are the trends.
So, if we said 1% or 2% or whatever, we could calculate out of that 6.7 what we would spend for everyone, correct?
That's correct.
So we wouldn't have to necessarily wedge out like the teacher's piece.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I think we could go about it either way, right?
yeah, I like the total group way, because I have to look at all costs for the budget.
Got
So
it.
I
Okay.
have to take whatever we decide here, and then
Apply
it has to go
it.
to all the pay group, and
Okay.
that's the whole impact on the budget.
That
It's
makes
not
sense.
the teacher's piece.
I was
So,
just
yeah,
trying
so
to
if-
follow up on Stephanie's statement of like, do we need to drill down on that pie piece anymore? But I now understand it.
Any other questions that are coming up? I would say that, let's give it a minute, see if anything else is coming. Let me think about how we proceed. If people need a 2 to 3 minute break, because what I'd like to do, I think, is when you do come back, maybe 5-minute break, whatever, or more. You guys let me know what you need. When you do come back, I'm feeling like here's where we need to head. We need to pull up probably, Rachel, you or I can do this, or a Word doc or something, and we need to go ahead and start listing, based on this conversation, what are our set of assumptions, okay? So that everyone's real crystal clear on the assumptions we kind of just made through talking, right? And also make sure that if
You want it
anybody
on
has
paper? Okay.
Sure, if anybody has a question about the actual document that Russ had shared, and or is there any other info? Jill said she kind of had her hands on some historic information on healthcare, right? So what set of assumptions do we want to leave with for our homework? And is there other information you need to understand or would like to see? And then we need to, figure out our teams. Okay, that's one thing that needs to be done at some point. And our head is here, so I'd like to do it when you come back. And then I think that we do have someone, maybe over lunch, maybe someone can volunteer just a 10-minute job, or a couple of you, put those flip charts up, and let's go ahead and put a category a category at the top of each flip chart. And then we'll do that prioritization exercise either before or after lunch, and then assess it, right? So that's kind of part of your set of assumptions. It's just knowledge. But that way teams can go away with what was the sort of group think on priority. And then we'll see where we are on time, and I think jump into the calendar. And that may be your day. And then, it's not like you can do much more on economics till the homework's done. But tomorrow, then you have those still 2 outstanding non-economics. Would be nice to loop back and wrap those up. Then when you come together on the 13th, each team presents their option. So do folks need a break before we start a document with a set of assumptions?
Please.
I at least want to get supplies.
Yep, okay, and then, whoever wants to also do that flip chart, either now or on lunch, I have notes of what the categories are, but you may have them as well. One category for a flip
I can
chart.
start
One's gonna
writing
say,
on the top.
base, one will say step, one will say healthcare, right? One will say middle school, 5 hours. So how long do y'all want? Your call.
10 minutes?
Let's do it.
I could take a nap in 10 minutes.
You should get coffee in 10 minutes, Rachel. Okay.
Thank
I'll see
you.
10 minutes. Right, one flip chart and the heading should be step. One flip chart and the heading should be healthcare.
Okay.
And then, what I'm not sure, because I'm still not real clear on what's already been committed outside of negotiations and doesn't need to come from the 6.7 or does, is the high school, middle school 5-period money.
Okay.
So I think we just have to maybe hear more from Russ on that. So maybe one flip chart, we may not use it, that says, you know, middle school, 5 periods, and then one that says high school 5 periods. Or if you want to call it middle school strategic, whatever. We'll have those flip charts. I don't know that we have to prioritize them. I just want to hear more about that. And then I guess we're going to have one flip chart that is those additional, what would you call them? I say additional FTEs, but the column that Michelle and Michael kind of walked us through yesterday, that flip chart should have whatever heading that is. And then while it's time consuming, you may want to write each, don't do it yet, but we may want to write each one of those line items that are under that heading in the budget. I don't know yet, but at least have a flip chart ready for that if that makes sense, Lincoln.
Okay. Well, I'm almost done with the list now, so I can pause.
Okay. Yeah, whatever you think.
Okay.
Again, I want to hear from you guys on whether or not you think that's just a given that that's going to be budgeted, or whether or not that's something you want to consider in your team. So.
Yeah. In this area, in the kitchen back there. And it's Sonic Ice too.
Think about not all each of us using a different.
There's also one in the cafe, cafeteria, the ice and water, just right in there. It's super nice.
We have 2 greens and we have 2 oranges. Well, we can
I'm in the Australian outback where my room is, so if
And then, Lindsay, provide some space between flip charts so people, aren't over each other's shoulder as they're sort of doing it right. And then if there's anyone else, make sure we have sticks sort of spread out around the table for everyone to have a couple.
I know. I'm trying to teach my kids like how to wash their hands longer than 3 seconds and not touch everything, and I feel like I'm trying to be mindful of that too. Thank you. Just wash my hands.
Good thing you just sanitized your hands.
Yes, it just.
Thank you.
No, you're trying to all do the same color, just so that we're, no.
That, my life flashed before my eyes.
That was perfect.
Jill, it was like,
Okay, I didn't hear what she was saying. Sorry. Stephanie was saying a few things,
yeah.
just telling us to put them up.
She wasn't talking to you.
Then she would say, I think I wrote down more than maybe she thought she had on her list, but I had just written down
No, I
Everything.
agree that we have to put those other things on there because they require financial planning.
yes, please. I didn't put the last 3 down just because I paused to see what people wanted. So I stopped at
Yeah, you throw the
Director
last
of
3 on
PD,
me.
RTI coordinator, and then the BIST interventionist. I didn't write those down yet, but I can.
Guys, is everybody back?
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, while you guys were on break, I did go ahead and start a document where we can start listing assumptions. I also could have put together 3 teams. I'm going to put that aside for now, because while you're fresh and before you know who your teammate is, I want to do the priority exercise, because I feel like now's the time to do that and then jump back into our set of assumptions. And actually, your priority exercise may not take near as long as I'm used to, for the simple fact that you all just don't have a ton of, side or secondary issues, because you also have a lot of non-economics. You didn't bring forward solutions that you have to budget for. So you all may be much quicker at this than I think. And, there may be more groupthink already than I think. So with that, I do want to make sure I have an understanding, so that you all do, on what all you all have to include in your little team budget exercise that's going to be homework. So will you, Lindsay, tell me, just walk us through the flip chart you put up. What's the first one? Probably starting with wages.
So we have step increase and then increase to the base.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on that. Can we go ahead and go to base? So, and this is part my education, guys, so I can facilitate you, but on that base flip chart, I'm gonna ask you guys to prioritize, like how important is it that base go up, right? I'm not asking you to say how much, right? And by the way, if your base has gone up every year of the contract for as long as anyone can remember, that may be a no-brainer that it's a 1. I don't know. 1 in terms of priority. But on the base, Russ, just my limited understanding, on the base, you said there was already the 113 built in based on an assumption of state monies. So can you tell me that 113 based on state monies, that's not also part of the 6.7, right? That 113 is already sort of budgeted in. So as the teams do work on base, it's not like they could pull the 113 out.
I think the 133 is what she's talking about.
Yeah, it's 133 increase to the base, and that is budgeted into the funding.
But that's not for a teacher's base, that's, you mean base per pupil. We're talking about funding that we're getting from the
The
state.
base, yeah, it's not base raise, it's capital B-A-S-E.
Oh,
and
you're
that's
talking about what you get from the
what do you
state on
call
per
those?
pupil.
Whatever.
Okay, misunderstood. I thought you guys already, a process before this, determined that there was 133 on the base out of the budget before you even get to this piece. Okay,
133%.
so then base, yes, nothing else to say about that, unless I have any questions about that. Lindsay, go ahead and move us back to the step.
Okay, so then I just have one that says step, and then health insurance.
Okay, before you move on, guys, because I'm getting ready to have you get up and move around. On the step flip chart, all I'm going to ask you to do is, hold on. All I'm going to ask you to do is, rate it. Is that like a must-have? Is that like, nice to have a step, right? Or is that just a given that steps increases have to be funded because the step scale is contractual? Tell me a little bit about that.
So in our negotiated agreement, it does say that each certified staff member will move to the next step each year. And then I believe the district's team, the Board of Education's team notices step movement, and they're typically in their notice letter. So it's something that we've negotiated year after year.
Mm-hmm.
That's accurate, yeah. That's a good description.
Okay. And so the step increases need to come out of that 6.7?
Yes.
Okay. So when you do, and this may be non-applicable to y'all, but if there is anything unique about when you rate that, how important is it for step increases, 1, 2, or 3? In addition to that, if there's anything unique or that you feel as though kind of needs to be drawn to the attention or contemplated that's specific to the step raise, just make a sort of a 1-word note on the sticky that you're going to want to talk about that. And there may not be anything, right? But some districts have unique challenges at certain steps. Some don't. Some people have people that need to fix on step. You may not have any of that stuff. That's okay. But if there's anything about the step increases and the budget that should go towards step increases that is unique or special, just make a note on the sticky when you rate that. Okay, Lindsay, what's the next?
Health insurance.
Okay. What I want to say on that is you're going to say, again, one, how is, we have to, we have to fund this or or I can't see a contract, it'd be number one, right? And then there's number two, number three. What I want you to do on healthcare is, let's see how that rating comes out. I'm guessing you're gonna have to fund an increase in some way, but let's see how the rating comes out. I want to have a conversation about that in terms of the priority on how much is absorbed where. So just go ahead and rate that one. What's the next?
When we rate these, are we putting our name on the?
No.
Okay.
And that's
That's why we all
Jill
have
gave
the
us
same color sticky.
Oh, okay. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things. Number one, I don't want you to put your name because I don't want other people to peruse and say, oh, John's usually pretty smart about that. Let me just rate it how John did, right? But at the same time, I think there's enough trust on this team that that if there's a question about something that someone writes, feel free if I'm asking about it. If everybody is rating things a 1 on something, I may want to hear, right? So feel free to volunteer in the discussion that, yeah, that was mine and this is why I put that. Or if you wrote a comment, right, around steps, feel free to own that, but just don't put your name so that other people aren't sort of just being influenced in any way.
I need clarification. I think all of them are clear to me except for health insurance, because it just says health insurance. Are we saying an increase to the district contribution? Is that what we're rating?
Well, I don't know. That's what I was going to say. I think that we either put a line down the center of that flip chart, and on one side we say, how important on a scale from 1 to 3 that we limit cost for participants. Right? And
I'm okay with it being an increase. I just want to know what I'm rating. I'm okay if we say
what you're thinking about when
an
you rate.
increase
I don't know.
to district
Let's revisit
contribution.
That's how we've always.
So maybe we should word it as an increase to the district's contribution.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
You're right. You want to make sure.
I just want to know what
Okay.
I'm
I just
rating.
want to know if you won health
Russell?
insurance.
Can you refresh?
Right. It's not like how important is it to fund healthcare. You're going to fund healthcare, right?
Percentage
But
is
yeah,
on the
it's
health
like, that's why I
insurance?
wanted to have a conversation about what you all thought you're really rating on healthcare. Is it the importance of maintaining low cost for employees? Is it the importance of sharing that increase? Is it the importance of not letting it impact, the district budget too much? I don't know. We'll talk about it. Just rate it how you're thinking of it, and then we'll talk about it.
That's just me guessing.
Does that make sense?
What is it? What's the number you're asking?
Well, I was
for, Jay?
asking, just for clarification, what was the percentage of staff that takes the health insurance? Because I think that's also something that we need to
Are
consider
you
too.
asking total or certified?
Total staff or just your certified?
Certified.
Certified is 60% of those that take it. So we are, I want to say we are about 2,900 total that take health insurance, and we are roughly about 3,300
As a unit.
as a unit.
So you're saying 60% of the 2,900 are certified?
60%.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find that.
Do
That's
your
pretty,
math.
that's significant. That's 1,740, so. Not that it's not significant, but.
And maybe when we get to your homework assignment, teams may want to know more specifically, what level are out of that 60% or family, single, whatever, or maybe not.
I'm sorry, you said we have 3,300 employees total? What's the 3,300 unit?
That's the 3,300 FTE total.
And that's not certified, because our certified's like,
Total,
Certified's about 20,
total
2140.
employees that take or don't take health insurance, right?
No, 2,900
Take
sign up for health insurance.
out of the 3,300.
Out of the 3,300 FTE. I'm sorry, guys.
And
You're
then-
fine.
No,
I
it's
think
fine.
good to know the
60% of the
numbers.
2,900 take our certified staff.
So then do we have an idea? Okay, so that's a pretty high percentage of our staff then that utilize our health insurance. I'm getting there, guys.
All right.
If you want to drill down more as.
It's
as-
always nice to have one person that is kind of the litmus test.
Yeah, thanks. That'll be me.
Okay, guys, now what else have you got, on, what other flip charts do you have up, Lindsay?
So I wrote just majority of the rest of the items for budget, future budget consideration. So high school 6 to 5, middle school 6 to 5.
But those are for a future budget consideration, so do we still put those up?
To me,
That's
that would
why
just
that's
be
why we're having
a
the conversation. Yeah.
consider, going back to our other conversation, that's a consideration of we know there's some amount that we're gonna have to save, at least for one component of it. Although now we had the discussion this morning about reserves and what that means, but ultimately to get there, there is gonna have to be, some savings for that.
So the high school and middle school going from 6 to 5 was going to be.
Okay, guys, back up just a second on the future budget items that Lindsay listed. Does that money need to come out of the 6.7?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay, that's one question. While you are doing this, is it of any value to you all for future years, to Michelle for the district? Is it of any value for you all to go ahead and prioritize each one of those, or not necessarily? If it's not a big deal and people don't feel strongly about it, not that you'll use that in your teams, but just for someone to take that flip chart for the info. If not, we're going to take that flip chart down.
Oh, I thought we talked about yesterday that some of them we did need to talk about, like counselors, social workers, those type of things.
But could those happen in this budget year? Like, will we be able to hire social workers and counselors within the 2021 school year?
I think
Okay,
that's
so
what
here's-
I asked yesterday.
guys,
Michelle,
I think counselors would be,
I think that when I give you your directions, what I'm going to have you do on that, so that we could make this decision more informed, instead of putting a sticky next to each one of those titles, if you don't know enough about the particular title, don't even weigh in, because I don't want you to guess, right? But if you know enough about any title that's up there, and you feel as though one or more of those titles or line items, if you will, under that section, future consideration, if you feel as though there's something in there that needs to be highly considered for this year, then I want you to just put a star next to it. Okay, don't worry about rating them 1, 2, 3, but I want to see if there's anything that is popular that's standing out that this room thinks, okay, you know what? Yeah, it's a future budget consideration, but it'd be really nice to consider it now. Does that make sense?
I didn't put the last 3 on the list up on charts. Does anyone have like a strong urge for me to put them on a chart? and
What
put
were
them
they? The last
up?
three?
Director of PD, RTI coordinator, and BIST recovery room interventionist.
So I don't think you have to
Lindsay,
put any of those because BIST is title funded, and so it's not impacting the money that we're talking about. And Director of Professional Learning will come out of Title II funds, so again, not monies that we're talking about.
Michelle, can I ask you, hate to interrupt, but can I ask you, I think if that flip chart's near you, can you just go put a line through the ones that are going to be budgeted in some other way? So we,
They're not up there.
She
They're
didn't
not
put them
us.
up there.
okay.
And I don't think any of the 3 need to go up there,
Okay, I just-
personally.
Okay,
Agreed.
I didn't.
Russ,
And there's
What are
none
the
that are
things?
already
I
up
mean-
there that need to come off because they're already,
But I think,
Budget.
Mike, before we move on, you had something to say about hiring.
yeah, I think counselors would be super difficult to hire right now for the upcoming school year, given the market. A lot of different factors. There's not a lot of people applying for those positions right now. And I think people are just trying to stay put in the positions that they're at, given the pandemic. Social workers, I think, just my opinion, we would have an easier time finding that pool of people, given that there's so many different areas in which social workers can work
Larger
and do
pool.
work, right? So outside of schools.
And admin interns, I think we could definitely hire. The question is, would we be able to backfill them? Because they're likely going to be our teachers.
Teachers,
So
yep.
depending on what type of teacher they are and who they are.
so that's food for thought when folks want to approach that flip chart. And if you don't really feel strongly opinionated about that flip chart, don't feel a need to approach that. But if you do have some thoughts and opinions and or just star what you feel is standing out that you'd like to maybe try to wrangle into this budget. And then we'll talk more about it when we look at the flip chart, right? Thank you. And by the way, Jay, thank you. You guys, when I'm here and you all are talking a quiet voice, I may not know someone's trying to jump in. So I appreciate you guys, that teamwork. Okay, what's the next two flip charts, Lindsay? Middle?
Sped caseload reduction, and then I had put middle school admin interns up there. I think the rest would just be ones that we would star.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you still looking at the flip chart that has the future considerations?
Yes.
Okay. Well, no, I mean the other flip charts. I think that you only have two other flip charts left, and one is high school to 5 periods, middle school to 5 periods.
Yeah.
My question is that money already have a plan to come from elsewhere?
Yeah.
Because it's not for the, yeah, go ahead.
From the bond, I believe, with the bond being able to move monies around.
It would be capital outlay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
I
bond
may
would
be
open
wrong.
up money, yeah.
Yeah, the bond would open up the money from the capital outlay.
So we could take that high school 6 to 5 down and the middle school 6 to 5 down.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so I don't want to make assumptions about what your practice has been, what your priorities are, or where you at on any of this. And I also want to make sure that you all know where everyone's head in the room is before you get your assignment. So what I want you to do now is grab a little handful of stickies and then take your time. And it may be a very quick exercise for you, and maybe not. And then I want you to go ahead and put one person, and you can do it whenever you're ready to get up and walk around, doesn't matter when. I want you to look at each one. And again, I'm going to just say it so it's real clear, is like, if you put a 1 on that category, that means that it's a high priority. You cannot see a contract without it. When it comes to the step 1, if you rate it a 1, 2, or 3, make a little note in terms of if there's something unique about the step you want addressed or to share with the larger group when we look at all these ratings, okay? And then when it comes to healthcare, I think Jill and Michelle had a way to think about what are you really saying is a 1, 2, or 3? And I think, Jill, did you kind of phrase what people need to think about if they rate that a 1, 2, or 3? Right, because
Yeah, we wrote it up there. We said health insurance increase to the district contribution. So how important is it to increase the district's contribution to health insurance? And that's what you're rating.
What do people think about that question?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think that aligns with the discussions that have happened before, and because that's what comes from the 6.7, right? So that pie would stay more whole depending on if less was funded from the district side. So absolutely, I think it should be rated.
I like the question. I think it's clear of what we're talking about.
The only thing that
Okay.
isn't clear is the exact percentage of increase, and we're just gonna have to hash that out.
Or if that's
Yeah.
even where the focus would.
Okay, I have a question. Again, it's me just understanding, because I don't want to get 2 steps down the road and then I have a different understanding and I'm facilitating you guys improperly. If I were in that room and I went up and put a number 3 on that healthcare one based on that question, I would be saying, I think that it's not really important that the district absorb the increase.
Yes, that's what you would be saying.
Okay. If I put a 1 on it, I'm really saying, man, the district needs to, absorb a lot of this, if not all, right? And if I put a 2, I'd be saying, this is really important, right? But I think that we could figure out how to do it, and I don't feel really, strongly about, how it lands, just as long as healthcare is paid for. Are those appropriate representations?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, And then just to clarify what I wanted you to do on those future considerations, if one stands out to you, like you'd like to maybe take it off the future list and put it in the consideration this year, I want you to just put a star next to that one, or 2 or 3, however many you feel like are important now. And if there's some that don't have stars, they just stay on that future consideration list, right? Did I cover all the flip charts? And are you guys ready to go to work with your stickies?
Yes.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, take your time. I'm going to mute, turn off my camera, and go microwave my coffee. Like I could really use to talk faster, right?
We're just ranking them? Is that what
1,
we're
2,
doing?
3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
No,
But you
just,
could use a 1
Oh,
every
so are
time
we doing these?
it's just 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
for each one.
So if you don't think we can get something done without a step increase, that'd be a 1. If you think it's valuable, it's a 2, and if you don't think it has any bearing, it's a 3.
But I'm tired of looking like stuff on.
See, and I think we should.
Now, if we take the other side of that, because it could be that we decide that we're going to put this much to it, and that just goes, well, what if we pledge 6%, and it's only at 3%? Well, we pledge 6, so instead of it actually lowers the cost. There's tons of different options.
All right, if we said 1,
Correct.
and if we said 1, it means you would have to do the whole increase.
Well, or they feel that without something here, that there's not going to be anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
I think these ones are only we need to talk about this, right?
Only if it's something that's.
Sorry. I was like, wait, what? All right. What were you thinking? Oh.
I heard it on the radio coming in today, so it just goes through my mind.
That's kind of back in the day kind of a song.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard it coming in today, and I was like, it just keeps going through my mind.
Michelle, I'm jealous your glasses don't fog up with
I
your
know,
mask.
I don't know why. though.
Every
It's the
time I
most
breathe.
amazing thing. The only thing I need is one of those clips for the back because it hurts my ears.
Mhm.
After
I went
After,
through
well, it really just, I've just started that since I've wearing it all day. But I like Mike's tie one, so I did order myself one of those last night so that it ties. We
Yeah.
are ordering beater pattern ones for the entire district. And they're really soft. They're
Okay.
nice. I just have
I
the
like
sample upstairs on my desk.
The ties, if they're elastic, like stretchy.
Are they tie ones? Or round?
They're not.
Guys, who's the last person standing over there in the purple shirt? Michael, you just sat down. You were last one standing. Can you stand back up? So, and Lindsay, if you'll be our note taker. Michael, I want you to start with base, and I want you to tell Lindsay and the group how many 1s, how many 2s, how many 3s.
Like my shirt. Oh, Charlie.
Yeah.
And if there's any word or note on any of those stickies.
Which one did you say, Stephanie?
A base, let's start with base.
Base. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm sorry. 8 1s.
Okay, kind of what we thought, kind of a no-brainer. If your bargaining unit has always had an increase to base every year, no one thinks, oh, we'll do a contract this year without an increase to base, right? Just a matter of what's going to be.
That's
No, that's to the,
No, he counted base.
that was.
I know, but when she
Oh,
said
sorry.
every year, we haven't always 100% had an increase to the base, have we?
No, we have not had an increase to the base every
Oh,
single
you've
year.
not? Okay, that's just an assumption I made.
It was the
But-
step increase that I think is.
Okay, but regardless, I'm hearing the whole group is feeling like, you know, if it's a 1, the way I described that was, I can't imagine a contract without it. So you have 8 1s there. If folks misunderstood that one, you know, make a note and we'll have some discussion. How many 1s, 2s, and 3s on that step?
Step increase was also 8 1s. There are a couple comments, if you'd like me to add those. One
Okay, what are they?
is, yeah, would like info about numbers for making people whole on steps.
Michael, I talk a little bit louder.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Would like info about numbers for making people whole on steps.
Okay. I'm just going to make a note and then we'll revisit before we move on to the next flip chart. So what are the other things?
And then the other comment I think is very similar. Look at more than one step.
Are those the only 2 comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then what this is saying is, and again, maybe step and base are always kind of no-brainers, that you can't see a contract without, increasing the steps. And then in terms of making staff whole, anybody in the room not understand that, or anybody want to just sort of say what they think that means? Maybe something you all have knowledge of. But
Yeah, I think it
anybody, whether you-
means, there have been years where we were not granted a step. And so to make someone whole would be to put them on the step they would have been on if they had received a step increase every year that they had been an employee with Shawnee Mission. Did that make sense? Yeah.
Do we have any knowledge of like what that would cost? I mean, how many employees that would?
We'd have to look at that. I have.
It would take a little bit. I was just gonna say it'd take a little bit just because it's all over the place.
Yeah,
It's
I know
not
the
a
years
constant.
that I've been in the district, which years we didn't have a
3.
step, but I'm sure that that only goes back to '07. There
So
were
basi-
years, yeah.
It sounds like you're saying that, it's, don't know the amount of people, there'd be some research required, and then there'd probably be some pretty detailed, specific research to figure out a cost on that. But someone wanted to actually just raise it to get it on this team's radar. Whether or not this team or a smaller team in homework decides to try to dig deep on that, I don't know the answer to that, but you all will figure that out, right?
Yeah,
So
there would
we'll
have
go
to be
back.
some pretty in-depth conversation on that about like because it doesn't affect everybody. If anybody's, yeah, and how much of a whole. So, I mean, it just kind of goes back to, is this 1 step or is it 2 steps? But I think it was good to talk about.
Okay, well, hold on, because I think maybe you embedded a solution to that issue maybe, and when you said 1 step or 2, maybe not. But I mean, there's lots of options you guys can look at, but I also try to not give recommendations. But I will say that if there's an interest, or like you all just doing due diligence, even if it's something that you say, okay, that might be a future consideration, but let's get the knowledge. So if you're looking at, a whole lot of $1 million, if you're looking at low, right? If there's a desire for the knowledge, doesn't necessarily mean you're making the commitment. So let's just put a pin in that right now. And then, Jay, was it you that was saying that about the look at 2 steps? Is that the second comment on the sticky? Are you going to explain that? Look at more than 1 step?
Yeah, I put that on there of looking at more than 1 step. I mean, that in itself is pretty easy to calculate.
Well, and I did the first comment about just wanting the information. So just that it's on our radar, we can start looking at those numbers just to even see where we're at,
So let's again put a pin in it, and there may be a homework assignment related to that, but not necessarily going to hold you off on your teamwork and going forward. But I'm assuming that a version of this committee is going to, meet again or continue meeting. So The other thing is Jay is kind of saying, you know, look at more than one step. So I love that you said that. Not that I love the idea, because I don't have any skin in the game, right? It's not my budget, right? And it's not my paycheck. But I love that you said it for the simple fact that it can go both ways. And what it shows is when you do your teamwork, your team may think that is what you want to do. So you allot more of the 6.7 to move 2 steps, and a lot less and a lot, or allocate much less on one of the other charts, right? So not that I support doing 2 steps, and it could go either direction, but it just shows that, you know, you can be creative in how you think about these things based on how they're prioritized and how your team decides to focus their money. So I've got a pin sort of in the information thing, and the idea of looking at 2 steps is something you'd raise with your smaller team. Or a version anyway, right? What's the next one you're looking at there, Michael?
Health. And there are 6 ones. 2 of those ones have asterisks. And there are 2 twos. And one of those 2s has an asterisk.
And one of those 2s has what?
An asterisk.
Okay, and are the asterisks explained at the bottom of the flip chart?
No. Another 2 has the comment health at the bottom.
Oh, I wrote that so I know where to put it.
Okay, so ignore that. But yeah.
So
someone
guys,
want-
on this,
I have
and
no
what I'm
problem
working
explaining
for-
mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I put the 2 asterisk because I think sometimes we get wrapped up in the focus, and money's money sometimes. And, you know, if we focus and we decide on, there's multiple different options. Like, say this group decided to put 3 or 6% to the district contribution, and it ended up only being a 3% change from Blue Cross. Well, we could use that extra, you know, 3% to lower what the actual employee is paying. Or it's something along the lines of, you know, if 60% of our staff is taking health, I look at it that way too, of like, if we put more money to the base, it's actually giving everybody money versus only 60% of the staff.
I'll explain my asterisk. I'm a 1 with an asterisk, and I put the asterisk there because I think it is important to increase the contribution if indeed it goes up, but maybe not the whole percentage, depending on what that is. But I also, I'm thinking bigger picture here, because classified staff get the same contribution as certified staff. And I think that's our most vulnerable set of employees that need the health insurance. And so that was the asterisk for me, and why I think a 1 is so important.
And I think we, just going back on the numbers, I think we have 85% of the certified staff in our bargaining unit are using the health care. And that's what I got from, because he said 60% of the total people using health care were certified teachers. But anyway.
And then of
How
those,
dare you go
85%
against
of
my
our professional
brainstorm?
employees are taking the insurance.
That's what I've done with numbers. I did 60% of the 2,900, you said were certified staff members, Russ. And so then I found out that that was about 1,740 certified teachers. And I divided that by 2042, our total number of teachers in our bargaining unit.
Okay, yeah. I'm showing 1,756
Okay, our certified staff members now.
certified staff taking health insurance.
Okay.
We have a total of 2,905 that
Oh.
take health insurance for the whole group.
and how many certified staff are there total?
2,042.
Yeah.
Okay. So about 85% of the certified staff take health care. That's right. Any other comments or questions on the health care?
I had a 2 on there, and then I think for me, the 2 was kind of along the same lines as Jay of, you know, I think covering the health insurance increases is important, but also if we put some of that money on the base, then everyone's seeing an increase. and then they get to choose the way they spend that increase.
Because they're choosing their healthcare plan, is that what you're
Right.
saying?
Do you think that's, I'm truly asking, do you think that's how people see it?
Maybe younger teachers, I'm not sure. I mean, I personally chose the high deductible plan.
It's also the
So-
message.
You mean the
And
way that we message it? That's a very good point.
I mean, because honestly, this is something we talked about before, of like, where do we focus the money? Just, and it's, a lot of it is, you're getting the money, it's just in a different area.
Well, and I know that it's not a very large percent of, the whole unit, but that 15% then are still seeing an increase because they're probably seeing healthcare increases.
On whoever
Yeah,
plan
on
they're
whoever
on.
is holding the insurance.
Okay. It's helpful to understand that, and I guess to question, do we think that where we have put ones and twos would generally match up with how our professional employees would put ones and twos? I assume so, certainly to the extent they were placed by you guys, but it's important for us to know that.
I think there'd be a big variety depending on each individual teacher and their own,
Sure.
personal situations, where they would prioritize the money. So they-
Right, you could have anecdotally a person who's like, I don't contribute anything to the health insurance, give it all to me in income, and then you
Yeah.
could have someone that says, I feel like the district should cover the entire family premium for all teachers, and I understand that changes what comes out in wages, yeah.
I mean, and there's the other flip side is, and it's not my group, is does the classified have to mirror the certified level? I mean, if that's something we're looking at, just helping for them, is their contribution, fixed to ours? I mean, that's not our group, but, if we're looking and everything's based off of ours, that's not necessarily a selling point to recruit.
I would say historically the answer is yes. Is there any rule? No. And so certainly, the decision what to do for the other pay groups is in the hands of the board, and then they would take into consideration what was negotiated with NEA, but, well, I guess, I don't know. I guess I should ask, does it get complicated from the finance perspective if there's different contributions?
On the health insurance?
Uh-huh.
It would consider, yeah, we would have considerably more set up in our financial system.
Okay. So something to think about.
And maybe Linda can speak to this too, but don't you bargain with, when you go out to broker it, isn't it for the entire organization?
Whoever's speaking, I can't hear you, a little louder.
Isn't it for the entire organization that you're determining the premium rates, kind of as a,
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're classified or certified, that rate is the same for everyone.
Okay.
It's just the contribution that
The
would be different.
Yeah, the contribution currently, the board has always chosen, in all my years here in this district, to pay all staff's contribution the same.
And I think that's pretty typical for most school districts.
That's why I throw out the different ideas.
No, I think it's good. Especially for people who are new. Like, it's good to hear that and understand it.
Anything else on healthcare? A lot of these sort of creative ways of thinking about addressing a problem, right? And I would say a problem is healthcare rising, are going to be important that in your small group, everyone, even if you're in a group of 3 or if it's just with one other person, try to really encourage each other to really try to think outside the box. Or if there's no outside the box thinking, just make sure you're not rushing your small team work, right? The more options you guys come back with in terms of, 3 very diverse options on how you do an economic package. If we have 3 very diverse options that come from these 3 small teams I'm going to assign, then I think it's going to give you really the best chance of finding either one that works or bits of each one that together can work. Okay. Are there any of those considerations for future budget? Is there anything starred there that probably needs to be talked about?
Yes, middle school admin interns, there are 4 sticky notes, 2 with ones. They also have asterisks or stars, and then there's 1 sticky note with just an asterisk.
I would like to say on that my star was that Trail Ridge would definitely need a 3rd administrator.
And my 1 says at least 1, and so I would clarify that my at least 1 would be identified as Trail Ridge.
I was the other one, and I see value in equalizing everyone, but I have a personal stake in that, I think. And then we had 1-3.
I guess I would clarify, I agree with you, Michael, but if we're only talking about for next year, I think that eventually they all need 3 for sure, but I think Trail Ridge is a really high need going into 2021.
I would agree with that.
Folks, make note of that on your notes that you're going to take for your team assignment, and or feel free to take a picture of that flip chart.
Where does professional growth fit into this?
Professional growth is budgeted, so it's already in the expenditures that we subtracted from the revenues to get the 6.7.
Okay, so that's already
Counted for.
Yep. Thank you.
Good question. Did we not cover any of the flip charts?
There's a couple more.
Okay, so now I want to say you all have a lot of.
There's actually more.
There's 2 more, Stephanie.
Oh, what are they?
Elementary, reduce the cap. There's an asterisk or star there. And then social workers have 5 stars.
Oh, really? Okay. Anybody want to talk about either one of those stars, so as people go into their teams, they have a little insight into why folks may think those are important?
I mean, I starred the elementary. This is Jay. I think it is beneficial to look at some of those as, taking a little bite out of looking at some of the schools that are close to hitting the cap to hit another teacher. And that is worth some time to talk about. Are those positions that we can go ahead and cushion up to have staff ready?
Right, so you don't start the school year realizing you need another kindergarten teacher or have to move
3rd
someone from
grade,
one
whatever,
grade level.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, because that's actually happened to my son's grade level for the last 2 years. They added a teacher a week before school started.
Any questions or additional information on that? And then what about the social worker? Did you guys say it had 5 stars next to social workers?
Yeah.
Yes.
I will also, this is Jay still. Social workers, I think, is one of the few areas that the pool is different, and it's not just, teachers or whatever, that it would be feasible for us to go ahead and look at hiring some of those. Not necessarily all, or, at least getting a few done.
Yeah, I think Mike said that that would be one area where you could possibly hire throughout this coming school year, and I think it's a need in every building. I mean, a social worker is needed in every building, and not every building has one.
I know, I work definitely with an at-risk population, and we have 3 social workers in our building, and the work they do with kids every day is incalculable, and the work they do with our families and getting resources and, finding anything families need and, really working with kids. And, I see that as being a big need across our district. And if we're talking, as we talk more about deep equity and all of this stuff, I think the social workers have a great impact on that.
That and lining with, COVID trauma and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Questions, comments? Okay. Again, here in a minute, we're going to move to the assumptions we're going to make, and then based on this conversation, maybe any more data that folks may want to look at. But I want to tell you that this particular year for you, you've only got, 5 different flip charts up. Some particular year, you may end up with 8 or 9 flip charts up, and there may not be such a consensus around the 1s, 2s, and 3s on each one, right? So I want you guys to think about this step as important, even though it feels as though you all were sort of on the same page. But, in other districts, for example, it was a big thing to offer an early retirement that was going to require some upfront funds, right? Or to increase sick time payout, or to increase the contribution to 403B separate than the state retirement. Like sometimes, some years, some districts really bring forth things they want to prioritize. A salary fix sometimes just bubbles until it comes forward and hard decisions have to be made. So this idea of sort of calculating, is it a 1, is it a 2, is it a 3, not only helps you gain a sense of where everyone in the room is, so what conversations you need to have to get more coalesced, but it also helps you keep your eyes on, at the end of this process, if you would have had any of these flip charts that had a 3, you probably just wouldn't want to throw it away. You'd want to think, yeah, we didn't prioritize it this year, but let's make a note in our folder for next cycle, right? So this 1, 2, 3 step can be more helpful than other times, depending on, what's going on that year with your contract.
Just so you guys know, I made a notes of all these and it's in the file. You guys might want to check my work, somebody, and make sure that I got it recorded accurately.
Awesome. Thank you. So if there's nothing else on the prioritization and no one's got questions of each other, we may want information, right? Some conversations came up that may lead us to more information, whether you use it this year or in the future, and whether it's time sensitive or not, I don't know. But I'm going to screen share, and then I'm going to recommend that someone who has, maybe Russ, maybe someone else, maybe Jay, a lot of people here clearly have a handle on a budget background. I'm going to screen share a Word doc that I'm making notes on. But what I would like to think about is, would someone like to create a budget or an Excel spreadsheet while we're talking that can be a working spreadsheet for each team when they go do their assignment, that will capture each area your little team is going to have to think about how much money they're going to allot on that line, right? So let me screen share, and I think what I'm talking about will come together for you. So now I'm moving into working teams, and then what assumptions are you going to operate on as a team where everyone's on the same assumptions?
Are you talking dollar amounts for increases?
No, I'm talking about there'll just be a category for increases.
So like if we said we were going to add 3 social workers, we would need a budget for that, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, right?
So,
Just like a recording.
right, but I
Yep.
want to get everything on a
I'm with you.
spreadsheet.
So like a
So
Google
let me
sheet
screen
that
share, and I
has
think
like
as I'm
3
talking you
tabs
through it, I think
for each group.
that would work.
Yeah.
You do it, Jay.
Right, and by the way, some teams may not put, they may zero out social worker for one reason or the other based on their small team conversation.
Right, I was just using that one as an example, but we would need to know like cost of those things. So like a social worker, average cost, we're gonna use 70,000, I'm assuming, something
Well,
like.
that's what I'm
Well,
saying,
you
we're gonna,
take
after we
that
come up with
and divide
assumptions
it
in
by
the
the number,
spreadsheet.
it would, because there's the
Oh, there is, you're right, it's there.
item
Hey guys, hold on,
consideration.
after you come up, after we go through visit our assumptions, after we create our spreadsheet, remember I said there may be more information you need, we'll make that list as well, and it may be exactly what you're talking about, Michelle, and other things. So let me try to screen share here. Y'all are always kind of
You
one step
did,
ahead
you
of me.
screen shared.
Oh, okay, no
We
wonder
see
I
your
can't.
flower.
Oh. No wonder I can't screen share. Okay, so now let me minimize this. Okay, so can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, so here are the working teams, and don't think too much into them. They're semi-random. What I wanted to make sure is that, you know, they're mixed. They're mixed, right? They're a combination of the folks in the room, you know, regardless of your background. So I've got Russ and Jill as one working team. I've got Rachel, Lindsay, and John as a working team. And I've got Michael, Jay, and Michelle as a working team. Okay. Your assignment for your working team is to meet once, twice, however many times you want to do it. Could be Zoom, could be in person. Meet sometime between now and July 13th and be prepared on July 13th to screen share with us what one economic package or an economic plan that your team has come up with to present to this full IBB team. Not necessarily for consideration or not necessarily because it's what you want to do, but as an option that you all came up with that you feel like is feasible, right? But don't be so tied to it that you're coming to sort of, you know, argue for it. You're just bringing forth something that everyone on the team can consider, and keep in mind, 2 other teams are going to bring forward something for you all to consider. So generally, you're going to come out with an economic package or plan that may be really close to one of them, or it may be identical to one of them, or it may not look like any one of them, but it's led you to something that works, right? So if that makes sense. And then, go ahead with the question.
I was just going to say, I created a budget data folder in our team area, and I put the spreadsheets in there. So team 1 would be Russ and Jill, team 2 would be Rachel, Lindsay, and John, and then team 3 would be Michael, Michelle, and I.
I really like to be team number 1.
Too bad.
Say that again, where,
Jay, when we go through, you see the categories that are on the flip charts on the walls. Did you go ahead and put each one of those categories?
I'm wondering if we should put them in different sheets so we can't see.
Or you want to screen share that spreadsheet, or tell me if you added those categories in?
Oh, we're having a sidebar, and I'm bringing the sidebar to the table of, the comment was, do we want to have separate sheets, because then
We won't look at each other's and cheat.
basically.
Or have them influence our decision?
Whatever you, I don't want you to look at each other's ahead of time. I want you to be presented to the others on the 13th.
Oh, so then let's, all right.
Just share it, once you create it, can you just,
So
once
that one's
yeah,
there, and whatever
then the
team
team
can just
grab it,
copy it once
don't
we
put it-
get in the,
right.
Okay.
When your team has a document, don't throw it back in Google Docs, just save it. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yes.
I'll have someone come find you.
So, and then I would like that document to have, you know, one line is going to say, you know, base, right? One line is going to say, you know, pay scale. One line is going to say, you know, healthcare. And then, you know, you want a line for notes after each of these, if you have a particular plan on how that healthcare is going to be dealt with, right? And then you'll have, you know, go ahead and have a line for each of the things that were asterisked. I think it was, you said 3 trails, or right? And then the social workers and a couple others. Go ahead and a line for each of those separate, because I don't think you have to bite them all off together. Some team may want to fund some of those and not others, right? And then I do want you guys to then show your work in terms of just, if you're just like Russ does, you know, won't be as beautiful, but you know, if you're spending in that column, then it should all total up to, we're going to revisit sort of, you know, it should total up to what you have to spend. I say 6.7, but also with an understanding that the pie chart shows what's really particular to certified. So I want to make a list of assumptions that you all need to leave with. And then I also then want to make a list of information that the teams may want. Like Michelle said, you know, okay, so what is the cost of a social worker? And then we have a pin in that question of, maybe it's not for this year. We didn't rate make whole or catch up on the steps. We didn't rate that 1, 2, 3. If there's a desire to do that, we can. But the person who put it up there said she was more wanting info. So I don't think the info for that has to be provided for the teams to do this work, but we might, just make sure that someone is keeping their eye on getting that information for the team for future reference. Is that right?
You mean the information on,
The step.
the
six.
multiple steps and what that would cost?
Mhm. If there's a team that wants the information to do their teamwork, that's okay too, but we got to get on that information pretty quick, right?
Right.
So-
That would require us knowing.
I'm sorry, I was.
Okay, so you're fine. She was saying, getting the information as to, moving multiple steps. Would we also want to know how many steps it would take for each employee to be whole? And could we get that information? That would go all the way back to, there's some people that have worked in the district since
I mean,
the
I
80s.
think there's numerous separate questions there of what is made whole.
Right.
I mean, if we were to say, if you've been in the district, for the past 10 years, I'm just throwing this out there, to make an assumption to make you whole would be 3 steps.
Yeah. Is that the information you were looking for, Lindsay?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think, and just having, maybe a conversation as a group about, is that something we even want to look at moving forward, or if it's not something that we want to, kind of pro-con list it.
Well, I think that's
it's just
also,
something to make everybody aware of that's out there.
You mean it just as an acknowledgement that we had years where step movement was not granted?
correct.
Right. And then, if we do have, capability now or somewhere down the line, that I think that would be something, there would be a large group of people, interested in.
In full disclosure, that's something that is happening around us.
Yeah, in
Yes.
other districts.
Other districts withheld steps, and those teachers are earning them back, and that's just information.
I mean, I
and
guess
they're
that
earning
is
them
the
back.
question that Lindsay asked then, is that something, because I would think we'd want to be efficient with our time, so before, I guess Russ would have to be the one to pull that data.
Well, either one of us, I can do it too.
You can do it too.
And I don't know that jumping from exactly where everyone is to 100% full, is even something feasible, but.
I would have to look at the data again, because there's a big difference between, if we were to do 2 versus 3. And it would be interesting, just me thinking out loud, is right now we have 44% of the staff that would not see an increase in pay with the singular step. And I wonder how much that would change if
With
we
a
did
two-step.
look at a 2-step. There's going to be the people in the very bottom that it doesn't matter, any step amount we do is not going to help them. But I do wonder how much of that 44%, if they got a second step,
Would get them
would
out of
change.
that.
Just a thought.
So were we wanting to look at, or wanting information on moving only people that missed steps, their number of steps? Or we also want information on what it would cost for 2 steps? Because that would be easier to figure out.
Yeah,
what it would
no,
cost
and
for
that's why I
3.
said that this is the calculus question
Okay.
of we have to determine, are we looking at employees that have been here for 5 years? Are we looking at employees that have been here for 10 years? That's
Yeah.
the easiest thing to capture is everybody gets 2 steps.
Right, that's an easy thing, yeah. Calculate.
All right, is that necessary? That's something that has to be discussed. Is that fair for the whole? I'll throw it out that there's other ways to look at it I'm not pinpointing one, but you look down of a breakdown of longevity bonus type, or step type thing. I don't know. It's all stuff.
If we think we need that information, and there
Yeah.
are teams who are saying, we'd at least like to look at it, because
Correct.
as we're taking apart this 6.7, it may be a consideration. unless Russ says it's gonna take me, forever, how, I mean,
It shouldn't be, it's not hard.
So the years that we had no step,
I'm saying it's
want
not
those?
hard to add 2 steps to figure it out.
oh, I see.
Going through and
Right, 'cause
figuring
you
out
would
the
just
other
double-
part,
Would
that's
be a lot more hard,
whole
because you'd have to
other-
see when were they hired?
well, what would be like some real sloppy math on it, just to be, right, like how many people,
Sloppy math.
I know.
Jill's
That's what
right
attorneys
there.
like to do. Like,
I think Russell
Because,
just
okay,
said,
so
it's time for lunch.
let's say that, we're looking at single step and a team wants to consider 2 steps for everybody and one team wants to consider a second step only for those who missed it,
That would be the hard part.
I think it'd be pretty challenging, not that it's not doable, but I don't think there's gonna be one algorithm
No,
that
you
does
didn't-
it, in that,
Yeah.
depending on
I mean-
when you were hired, what column you're at now,
Oh, right.
it's gonna be
Yeah.
different. if you're in
Everyone would
have
have to be individually calculated.
Well, I don't know that we would
Yes.
change the
Well,
column movement, we would give.
Step wouldn't matter which column you're in,
You would
because
put
if you
the
miss
The
application-
step,
cost.
Yeah, the cost would be.
Yes.
What would be.
yeah.
So like the last time we had no step movement was 13, 14. So you'd have to say, okay, who is still here now that was here in 13, 14?
So guys, because you are on lunchtime, I'm
Push
going
the
to give us the option of pushing on a little bit on this combo or taking a break, but I will say a couple things. Yes, Jay is right. I am seeing a lot of districts that still have steps that haven't been made up and maybe never will. And then there are some districts that are starting to make up some steps where there's, where there's pressure and where there's availability. Some of those districts are sort of sacrificing in other areas to do that because it is such a desire. And again, it depends on how many people are impacted in terms of the price tag. The price tag sometimes I've seen it be staggering in larger districts, right? And they're also thinking about creative ways to phase the makeup so it's not all one full bite. It can be complicated and hard to explain to membership. I'm not recommending any of those. I'm just telling you it is a complicated issue to do what I call a salary fix.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is, while I value that Lindsay's saying, hey, let's just look at it because we as a team should actually just know this because on the peripheral, the issue exists, right? And I'm hearing Rachel say, I have an interest in just, if the issue exists, we should know about the issue, right? But I do want to say that we did not do is this a 1, 2, or 3? And so we may not be prepared to do that yet. People may want to see some data before they do, is it a 1, 2, 3, right? Otherwise, the teams aren't going forward with common assumptions about what is a priority for y'all as a team. So I just want to flag that I'm still thinking that through, and I think on lunch I'll think, and you all think even more. Okay.
Well, I think I'll throw this out there that at lunch, it wouldn't be hard for me to do a second step and see how hard, what's the data say? If it doesn't really change anything, then, and there's still very, 44% of the staff wouldn't see an increase due to a second step, then.
Maybe it's lower on priority then.
Correct.
Can I just throw out there, just from my position standpoint, I'd have to have some more conversation on that rationale in that when we bring someone in, we have to verify the number of years of experience that they have. So if I taught 6 years in KCK, I start them off on step 7, we're now, there's potential where there's going to be people who have less years of teaching that are on a higher step. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know,
So
and I think
that-
that's part of the conversation of some, and I'm just throwing this out there, some groups looked at, if you've been in the district for 10 years, you get, if this affected you. I think that's a greater conversation piece. I think part of the initial data is how much does 2 steps really affect?
Well, so
steps, right.
I want to clarify 2 things. I think what Jay's raising is equity, and I think whoever spoke before Jay was saying that sometimes lack of knowledge or previous experience that you're hiring in at it may create true inequities or perceived inequities, right? But again, we haven't determined if it's a priority for this year. It'll be some time-consuming stuff. Now, that's one thing. Now, Jay, you're offering to kind of take just a back of the napkin look, but I want to verify that you're not talking about a separate issue. I'm hearing the issue that Lindsay identified as, in the past, there were people that were missing steps, and in order to make them whole, there's a cost. How many people would be impacted, and what would that cost look like, okay? But I'm also hearing you, Jay, say, you know, there at any given time, based on the way your steps are set up, there are people that don't get a step on any given year. How many people, if you move the whole bargaining unit 2 steps, how many people then would definitely get a raise? Which,
Correct.
isn't that a separate issue than the one that Lindsay's raised about historic stuff?
Yeah, because, well, he's looking at moving everybody 2 steps, and she was talking
Right.
about only moving people
I
who
was-
had missed a step.
And mine is a simple, I mean, honestly, mine is simple. Like, we can look at this data, see if it affects anything, and if it doesn't, just chuck it out, because it's easy to figure that out.
But it doesn't solve your equity issue, right? Because if someone was ahead of you on the scale but less time in the district, and everybody moves 2 steps, they're still going to be ahead of you, right?
Yeah, but there's,
Yeah.
we have built-in equity issues, because if I come into the district with 16 years and I'm only given 9, you know, it's all around. I think that there's multiple, that's not a simple answer either.
Right, none of it is, right? You're right.
But yeah,
Okay, it feels like we need a break. I would say Jay has offered, but is that something that we'd rather have small groups toy with? What would 2 steps look like if that small group team is starting to gravitate towards that? Or how do you guys want to proceed with this conversation?
I guess I would like to know, is there a way to find out how many teachers were here in 2013, 14, and are still here now, because that was the last year that we missed a step? Is there a way to get that information, and how long would that take? Like, is it worth trying to do that now?
So is that, so the logic would be if you're
Higher date
hired-
was before
Yeah.
2013, right?
Yeah, so going into the 13, 14 school year, we did not gain a step.
So you would have to have been here in the 12th.
You would have had to
So-
have been here in the 12, 13 year,
12,
yeah.
13, because you wouldn't be eligible for 13, 14 step. So if you're hired 12, 13 school year and you're still employed,
Then you, yeah.
That would be an interesting
just
number
give
to
me
know.
just give me a
A
count.
count, yeah.
Yeah.
That
Because
shouldn't be
most
terrible.
steps are about $2,000.
Yeah.
A step is $2,000? I thought it was a step was
Well, I
one.
mean, if we're doing a broad average, yes. I mean, there's some areas in there.
It would be, I think a good place to start is how many people are we talking about?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying, is like, if we just did a employment of
Yeah.
the certified staff that has a higher date before that school year, and just get a simple number of how many,
And with that early retirement in the middle of all this, I mean, it'd be
Yeah.
interesting to see how
Yeah.
many people.
So that can be done?
that shouldn't be too
Okay.
hard.
Because you have the employee ID numbers, so that helps, right?
It's outside
It's
of
probably
my
a
world,
manual
Yeah,
but I'm
okay.
going- I'm going to the.
So guys,
programmer.
before we break, since your juices
Yeah,
are
I'm just
flowing, the
thinking
information
programmerly wise,
needed.
that you'd be able to do a search of employees that were hired before this date.
Folks, I'm going to be timekeeper and keep us on track because you're 10 minutes into your lunch. If we go just a few more minutes, then do a 45-minute lunch, we'd be back at 12:30. But we still haven't gone into just memorializing the assumptions that we're making. So we're sort of stopping midpoint here. But I just want to tell you what I have up on the screen. And that is, we started the list of info needed. So again, it sounds as though between Jay and maybe that was Russ, you can get some basic information. Not that it's going to be easy, but then I'm going to flag for you that as a whole group, we should look at that information and decide if it's a 1, 2, or 3. I think if you want to go in that direction, or if it's just looking at the data to have the knowledge, and then the small teams might get creative with it. I don't know the answer to that. Okay, number 2, information needed. Like Michelle said, if there were some FTEs on that future budget consideration list that you all may end up putting in your team's budget, then somebody needs to give the cost of each one of those priority FTEs. the social worker, the trails, the whatever, right? I can't see the flip charts, I'm sorry. And then also, I just want to be clear, as a group together, before you go into your homework, we can come to an assumption about healthcare that will go up here under assumptions, or we can just get some historic data and let individual teams make assumptions about healthcare. Two things I want to say about that. Number one, when I talk about historic healthcare increases, I'm not necessarily talking about employee healthcare increases, although that may be data you would want, and it sounds like Jill has it. But I'm talking about the bigger picture of, you know, when healthcare goes out to bid or when the plan is renewed, what is the percentage? Is it an 8% increase, 3%, 5%? So that when you put the budget together, you know how much money you have to allot. And then the other stuff is in the details of who pays what percentage, right? So those are three things I have here on an info needed list. I'm not making a lot of notes or giving assignments yet. But before you go away, is there anything else that's not in Russ's presentation that is info needed based on the conversations we've had?
I was just left. If we are considering, and this is my asterisk, that's elementary reduced cap, it would be nice to know how many elementaries are bubble wise, you know, like
Classrooms?
yeah.
Oof.
I
Okay.
know
I can give you,
roughly.
the bigger question is that, plus, do they have additional classrooms?
Correct.
And I can tell you right now, there are many buildings, the answer to that is no.
All right.
But there are many buildings where the answer, I can't give you a percentage, but there's a lot on both sides of that equation. We have that data. It's not easily available, but it is available.
Because I'm just wondering if there's like a rough number of like, you know what, these schools, I'm just going to throw out 5 schools could easily handle an extra elementary to help with class size. And
Well, I think the place to start would, for me, my recommendation, if we were even going to consider that, the place to start would be in our title schools.
Correct.
And unfortunately, our title schools are where
They're at capacity.
I can process through them and tell you exactly that information if you, over lunch probably. I'd have
Okay.
to go through each one of them, but I could do that. I think the other thing that I would like to see, which I'll get for us, is social workers right now, an allocation of social workers right now, which I can get I'll get it, hopefully.
Michelle, the one above that, if you're looking at the screen, I've got you down as elementary reduced cap data. But can I also put you down, and it doesn't have to be on lunch. In fact, it doesn't even have to be today, but for the teams when they do their homework, you know, in the coming week or two, the cost of each priority FTE.
I think we
It's like the cost of the social workers, which we can,
I think
Oh, the
we
social
have
worker
that.
plus the
Yeah, that's
admin.
in there.
I think we already have it.
Oh, awesome. So this is already exists.
wanted to
Okay,
know
so this
where
is in
they're at,
Russ's document,
social
right?
workers?
Say that again, Michael?
Are you wanting to know where the social workers currently are at?
How many
By
buildings?
FTE,
Say it again?
by FTE,
Yeah, I think I've got that right now.
the newest one? Okay. Do we need to
Okay, so
remove
it's already in the
names?
budget document, is what you're saying, right?
What?
I was
It's
questioning
already
if we
in the
need to
budget
remove,
document, correct?
sorry, Stephanie, can you say that again?
Is the information that I'm typing about here already in the budget document?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then historic healthcare increases overall. I guess we can talk about after lunch. Do people feel like it's more efficient for us to go ahead and kind of, Linda shared a little bit about previous cost. You know, sounds like Michelle shared a little bit based on
I've done a
conversation
little bit
we
of,
had.
Jill here, I've done,
Jill.
just from numbers that I have that show how much the district's contribution was every year and how much it cost for the teacher, like how much they had to recoup, so that I can see how much the actual total healthcare was per month. I've gone back to 2008 and tried to look at what the increases were each year, all the way back to 2008.
So you could pull the historic healthcare increases overall with the math between what is the district contribution been, what is the teacher contribution been.
Yeah, and how
So
that's
I'm going to
changed.
tell you where I'm trying to go with it in order to get you all your assignment, right? This is what I'm working on, is the document you'll work your assignment from. This information needed is the stuff you all need in your small teams to do your little budget. You might want to see what has the district paid versus teacher contribution when you think about future increase and how it's going to be absorbed this year, right? But I think that, and you guys tell me differently, for efficiency purposes, you may want to all put, you haven't gotten there yet because I'm jumping around with y'all because you guys are a really robust committee. Under assumptions, we're going to back up and we're going to bullet point 3 or 4 assumptions. The dollar amount you're working with, right? We're going to bullet them. And then I'm thinking that another assumption might want to be this whole group decide if you want to say, hey, we're going to say that, you know, the healthcare increase in the budget may go up by 3%. Someone earlier said 5% is maybe a nice conservative number. I'm just wondering out loud, do we want to, as a group, make that assumption that every team operates off either 5%? And then the details on how that's paid for is in team budgets, right? Or do teams want to, one team may say, oh, we're going to assume healthcare is going up by 3%. Here's how we're dealing with it. One team will say healthcare is going up by 5%. Here's how we're dealing with it. I want to recommend that you all as a group decide what the assumption on healthcare is so you're all working from the same assumption. Does that make sense?
I mean,
Yeah.
to me though, the flip side of that is I like each group to be able to go like, you know, say my group says, you know, it would be really beneficial to not just hit the healthcare, but add a little bit more to bring that down. Like, I don't want to take
think that
flexibility away.
I don't think we're taking flexibility, we're
your
just,
team,
oh, go ahead.
just to be clear, your team is still going to decide how much money you put in the healthcare column. And if you all as a big group today say, hey, let's just make an assumption that, you know, 5% increase on healthcare, right? But Jay, your team may come back and have more than a 5% increase in the healthcare column for some reason.
Okay.
Because you're going to tell us, hey, we're putting extra because. Right? It doesn't take away your flexibility on how much you put in that column. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. You all may be further apart on finding a consensus from the 3 budgets if everybody had their own rationale to guesstimate how much healthcare is going to go up. I'm saying everyone should have the same guesstimate on how much healthcare is going to go up, but each team may have a different way of funding it, a different way of who absorbs the increase, and or if you're saying you thinking your team might have an idea to fund healthcare, overfund it based on an assumption, then you would explain to us why. It wouldn't take your team's flexibility away. It just lets everybody at least have a floor or a basic assumption about what is a good estimate on healthcare.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think so.
On healthcare, does anybody want to throw out, or you want to do it after lunch, throw out, if someone said 5%, 3%, truth is you're never going to know it exactly, or do you want to talk about that after lunch? What is your,
I think after lunch is probably good, because now we're 20 minutes into our lunch.
okay. And the second thing you're going to come back with is the 6.7, clarify that everyone is working from the correct dollar amount. I've heard people say 6.7, but at the same time, there's an acknowledgement that you can't really spend 6.7 because that's some classified money. So those 2 things, when we come back, we'll talk about what are the assumptions. And then I think that's all we've got to do in terms of economic work today. Just make sure people are clear about their assignment. So,
Yeah, I think that sounds good. So are we still
Okay,
doing
so-
a 45-minute lunch?
whatever you guys think.
And that would bring us back at 12:35.
Yeah.
Okay.
We gotta go to lunch, right? Rachel's about to get hangry.
Yeah, we're getting hangry.
I'm kind of getting there too, guys, and I'm sorry. I know I'm rushing, but you guys are all pretty fast yourselves, and to kind of keep up with, and keep it efficient, I kind of hop in there. So I'm going to mute and turn off my camera, and I'll see you guys at 12:35.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
It's just something I put in my drink.
So I looked at the chart with the one step, and I just looked at the number of people, if we did a second one, that would hit out of a dead zone.
Yeah.
And it's 100 people. So that would, instead of 44%, basically, it'd be 39%. I mean,
So you're saying 100 people would get an additional,
would receive some sort of raise
Compensation
due
for-
to a step.
Due to a two-step.
Correct, due to 2 steps.
So is it, so then the question is that really something you want to?
I know,
Allocate or
and
not?
that's not, and that's why I say, like, I'm not picking any position, it's just
Yeah, numbers.
numbers.
and JoJo gave me a list of teachers that met I gave her a criteria that said, active and employed in 12-13 and 2021. Because we've already rolled pay assignments. And so if they're retired, they should be off the books.
Okay.
823.
Okay. Mine might have been higher because my list still has people that have retired, but, because my list was from May 26th.
And there's a couple that wouldn't be eligible, like, I don't know who this is. Elizabeth Durr, she was hired on April 29, so she wouldn't be eligible for a step.
Hey, guys,
one.
just as a reminder, you guys are you guys still being observed?
I don't know, no one.
Let's ask the tech guy, what's our link right now? Like, is it showing us talking, or is it showing the SMS? Okay, yes.
We should not be using names then.
Yeah, I'd say think about it.
Scratch that.
Good point. We all comfortable, we tend to forget.
So you're saying there might have been someone hired in April of 2013, so then
Yeah,
they would.
There's just a few of those on that list,
Right.
by scrolling through, and then,
Would have the ability to.
Now, their hire date happens then, but then they don't
Near,
actually
not over.
start till like the next year. Is that, like
And
school year?
Think
Do you know
about
what I mean?
that,
Okay.
though. That's
And yeah, I didn't count those people either.
and then of the 800, wouldn't there be some that are not even,
so not really.
Have a
I'm
dollar
shocked it's that
impact?
low, but that's what it
Right,
is now.
because even if you moved them one extra step, they're still at the bottom. Or, there's multiple steps in a row of
Yeah.
salary
so it'd be,
blackout.
so we'd have to
We
whittle
look at
that
that
down.
usually, let me see.
Yeah, so it's kind of deciding, almost is it worth
See if
it?
Kevin sent me that.
Would it help enough people?
Right. I think it's just something to
Look at, yeah.
look at of,
So
I think it's
have it
something
like
we
this, all
sometimes
the way
hear
down.
about, but
So they'll
then,
be red usually. highlighted
the
if it
loudest
was.
voices get heard, and
That's
so,
true.
it's hard to even
Pretty
judge how many
small.
people it truly affects.
It's great, actually.
I think, are we all here?
Is everyone back?
I think I
There's
can
another
off the top of
sidebar
my
going
head.
on.
Rachel, are you
Just
good
kidding.
now, or do you
No,
need a
yes,
little
for
bit more
sure.
time?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm sorry. I have some
No.
stuff I had to get done over lunch.
No, you're okay, I just didn't want you to
Likely.
feel like you had to rush.
Thank you. Am I on here?
Highlands, ooh,
You see me?
So,
Yes, I
folks,
see it.
maybe, but they're
so
tight.
upon return,
Marsh
we
they lost 3
were,
teachers though, so they probably.
making our list of assumptions, just
Oh.
basically, do we want a common
Mill Creek.
assumption
tight.
about healthcare, necessarily how you do
Pawnee,
your budget,
very tight.
but a common assumption about a possible
Rising Star for
increase.
sure.
And then the other question, did we want to make sure everybody has clarity on how much
I
that,
think they're gonna be.
What was the second question?
Sorry, I'll come back.
do we want to make sure we have clarity on how much of the 6.7 is for certified staff economic package? So those were the two things, but then also it sounds as though Rachel and whoever else just came in, that over lunch, there was some interesting data, it sounds like, that Jay and someone else just did a back of the napkin on in relation to those step increase fixes, if you will. So if if you guys want to just hear that to see if there's more exploration to do on that, I can kick it over to Jay and whoever else pulled
Yeah.
some basic.
What all I did was, the simplest thing was just to look at if there was a second step, what was the total number of people that would see a raise? And that was 100. So it would take that 44% that wouldn't down to roughly 39%.
But also would take money away from what we could put into other areas, like an increase to the base.
Correct. So, I mean, I think that's kind of just on that. It's on the
So
scale
if when you
of-
get broken into your teams, you want to delve deeper in that direction, then I would say the information is available, or at least Jay started to sort of take a look. And then who else had info?
Russell did. So our programmer came back and identified 823 that met the criteria that they were employed in 12-13 and are currently employed for 2021.
And I know this wasn't I'm just going to throw this to you, is of that number, how many of them are already at the bottom?
Yeah, so
I know.
that I don't know because we didn't bring back
exactly.
the steps.
That was just something that I just thought about, because if we're looking at it and say that was 800-ish and 600 of them are already at the bottom. that
Giving them
also
another
plays-
step's not gonna
Yeah,
help.
but it's all good information.
I think it's just information to inform our decisions, you know, depending on what way teams want to go. Teams may or may not decide to do anything with it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I was looking at the 6.7 million to be used, you know, as for all pay groups. And then when, in Russ's presentation, when he had the cost for step, that was for all pay groups. And the cost of an increase to the base was for all pay groups. So I wasn't thinking we were going to separate out the certified from the 6.7 million.
It'd be my preference that we do exactly what you said, that
Yeah.
we're looking at, when we do a proposal, we include all costs.
All pay groups.
And we have that in the presentation that you gave us, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That was
So
my
then
lack of experience in doing this, that I was thinking about it a different way, but now after having time to process, I understand exactly what the task is that we need to do, and that we will be able to kind of multiply things out in a way that takes into account all pay groups.
I will teach her that for you. You had an appropriate wait time to digress and
Thanks.
digest that
I did.
information.
So can someone, if you can look at my screen, we'll jump back to healthcare. Can someone say what your assumption is about the 6.7?
That's the
I would say
amount.
the assumption is, as the legislation has the stuff, the budget now, 6.7 is the available amount of money that we should be looking at.
But then I'm hearing you say, but it should cover all pay groups.
And it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the total amount of quote-unquote available money in the budget.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to just revisit healthcare here. What thoughts does anyone have on just should individual teams go out and make certain assumptions about, what the healthcare increase might be?
Do you want me
Or do you
to
want to
share
make
some
that
of the percent increases that I'm thinking have happened? Well, I mean, from the data that we've saved year after year, do you want me to share what increases we've seen so far in the last, 5 years? Is that what you guys like?
That'd be great.
Okay. How far back do you want me to go? I've got it back to 2008. Do you want me to share on my screen? That'd be easier.
Probably.
I'll stop screen share for a minute.
Okay, let me go back. Share.
Is that a document you can put into the shared drive?
Yeah, I mean, I can make it, yeah. So, so total cost for monthly healthcare, let's go back to, so like back in 2007-8, well, actually, yeah, in 2007-8, the total cost for healthcare was $413 and the district paid for all of it. The next year, it was $475. I think the district probably still paid for all of it. That information's above. But that right there was a 15% increase. The next year it went up to $487. So that was a much smaller increase, about 2%. I can make this bigger. Is that better? Okay. The next year, about a 3.9 increase. Then 9%. So you can see it was a really big one in 08-09, and then 2 years of smaller increases. Then another larger one of 9%, and then that next year, see, it wasn't even 1%, the increase from 11-12 to 12-13. And then again, another smaller increase of about 3.7%. Then I guess this one maybe could be considered average or a little bit above average percent increase of 6.75. The next year, an 8.8% increase. Hold on. There we go. And then the next, oops, sorry, I messed it up. Sorry, that was 15-16 was an 8.8. And then the next year was smaller again, 2.57. And the next year was closer to 7%, and then 18-19 there was no percent increase, and then I didn't put in the 19-21 yet because I was trying to find out what the, since I'm not on the HMO, I don't know what the monthly contribution is, but I know the district pays $694, but I don't know what the,
I think we got that out on our website.
but anyway, we know it was about 10%, right? Isn't that what Linda was saying? Okay. So it kind of goes up and down, you know, like you have a year of a high increase, and then like the next year it's low again.
Can we take an average of that and throw out the zero, just because I feel like, is that a?
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to throw the zero out. Just
I don't know
as,
either,
like,
I'm just thinking
mean,
like that was the bid year, so it seems like.
I know, and I look at it, I'm like, how do you even statistically analyze that appropriately? Because there's so up and down.
It is, isn't it? I mean, in 2001, the total was like in the 200s for the total amount of healthcare. So healthcare itself has just been.
The HMO cost this year is $795.
A month for single?
Yep.
Holy cow.
And you guys cover 694 of that.
That's crazy.
The TPO preferred care, that's the other expensive one.
That's the other expense, that's 786.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I can average those percents. I could do it on Excel too, but I'm just, hold on. Let's see, so how many years? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So like over 10 years, I guess. Equal sum.
6.5.
There you go.
No, I'm just, that was a total
You're guessing?
guess.
You're so close, actually. 6% is the average from 2008 up to 2018. Since I didn't include the 18-19 of a 0%. I mean, we could, it would just be
What is it
dividing,
with the
we'd just be
zero?
dividing it by 11 instead of by 10.
Well, that would look
5.4%.
Yeah.
So the average of the last 11 years is 5.4% increase in health insurance.
So our 5% was actually probably low.
Well, I would say 5.5 would be more,
Say 5.5.
yeah.
Because I think that even though that was a zero hold, I don't think we were, it's not like they took what was going to be an 8% increase and made it zero. I think it was probably a lower percent that they got.
So are we saying we want to make the assumption that we're going to build around 5.5% in a range?
Or
Yeah.
that would be the quote-unquote default. Now, your group can choose whether or not.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Did you guys say 5 or 5.5 or any more discussion on that?
5.5.
Yeah, if your group starts thinking differently and what you put in that column looks different, just say why. But at some point, we've got to at least have a common something to think about, whether it be now or later. Okay, so guys, just review the document. I want to make sure folks don't have questions about your assignment. I'll send this to Rachel and Jill to put on your Google Drive. There's the working teams, just to coordinate amongst yourself on
With a due date of July 13th, okay.
you want to meet. I've sort of worded the assignment pretty basically here, you know, kind of interpret how you will, but if you guys meet and you're confused, call me, but pretty basic assignment. Just as a reminder, Jay did put a blank document. I think you probably just put in those categories that you can use to screen share on July 13th. Teams can, you know, fill out that document. Here's the assumptions that, you know, you're going to kind of default or placehold that, you know, you think healthcare is going to increase by 5.5%. How much you allot or how you deal with that increase is up to your team. Just to clarify that 6.7 million is to cover all pay groups. And then I have a list of the information that is needed. A couple are in the document. Clearly, Russ and Jay have some info on these missing steps. If your team starts to focus in on that, when you bring it back to us, right, we'll sort of need to hear from you and maybe have to backstep and prioritize it, right? Looks like Michelle's going to provide the elementary reduced cap info, either today or Google Drive. And then can you put the historic health increases that you just shared into Google Drive?
Yes.
Okay. And then Russ, did you share the PowerPoint or are there certain pages that you should share with the team in Google Drive?
It's shared.
It's shared.
It's shared.
Okay, what questions and is there anything missing for you all to be able to, you know, pick this up and work on it? Okay. So really, you guys are, you know, darn near halfway on economics already.
Class size.
And again,
Class size by area, actually by feeder pattern, for elementary is in the Google Drive for your teams.
Awesome. All right.
I'll add the caveat that I don't think most of you heard was that some of those schools that are borderline maybe don't have space for an extra teacher.
I would have to look at them individually, but there's probably a couple buildings in there. And to create space, you're going to displace probably some sort of special teacher. You're either going to have art on a cart, a special ed teacher's going to have to travel, you know, maybe a social worker's displaced, depending on the building. But there aren't very many. There are only 10 total in the whole.
In the
entire elementary.
How much does that fluctuate as we approach the school year?
You know, we run these, I think last year we ran them 4 times and probably not a whole lot, but I think you'll be surprised by elementary class size and by the averages by feeder pattern. I mean, there are some hot spots, don't get me wrong. If I were that teacher with 24 kindergartners in a extremely at-risk school, I'd probably be chirping also, you know what I mean? So don't get me wrong, there are hot spots without question. But generally speaking, our elementary class sizes are really very good. I think you'll see that in the data. Okay. And I could show you last year's data and you would see definitely the same pattern.
Okay.
So to clarify, like, in the best case of best case scenarios, like 10 would be the number we would be shooting for, additional staff members?
No.
Okay, I missed that.
There are 10 sections in the entire elementary schools that are near the cap of needing to add another section.
Okay.
If we were to say we're going to reduce by 2, we would have to go back and run all that data.
Okay.
But it would be, if we reduced by 2, it would likely be more than 10. It'd probably likely be a lot more than 10.
I think the budget suggests it would be 31. Does that sound right?
31 additional teachers?
Based on that given day.
Right.
And I think that to add in some of the clarifying conversation is like, if our group were to decide that we have this list of Title I schools per se that are bubble level and that have the space, would it be a good idea to set aside some reduced cap for that school? I think,
More targeted.
yeah.
It's complicated. There's a lot of moving pieces.
And just to throw it out there, I'm not the expert in this area. Dr. Sig would be. But I can tell you, as it gets later, it's going to be harder and harder, of course, to find qualified
Well, and I
staff
think that kind of goes to also to the piggyback of it's easier now than that first week of school.
100%.
We watch those. We have a secretary this summer. Well, let me back up even one step further. This summer is the first time in our, at least in my history, and I think probably in Shawnee Mission's history, that we have enrolled students year-round. So elementary secretaries left June 1st, and typically there would be no enrollment happen until they returned mid-July. So we created, because of COVID, we created an online enrollment form. And so our elementary secretaries were handling that until they left June 1st. And now we have a secretary at the district office handling that and at least keeping track of numbers so that we have, for the first time, able to really stay on top of it over the summer. So I feel like our numbers right now are probably better than they've been in a really long time, with the exception of maybe kindergarten, just because of COVID. Kindergarten roundup, we don't know really. We have some uncertainty in kindergarten enrollment. With that being said, we have purchased the Skyward online enrollment module. So now everybody will be enrolling online, and we'll have that data live, which is going to be really nice for projecting in the future. But I feel like, generally speaking, with the exception of kindergarten, which is always like throw it in the air, hope you land in the right place, I feel like our enrollment numbers are really pretty good.
Are we concerned about enrollment increases just with the possibility of people still being online? Thinking like if a child goes to private school, the cost savings of sending them to public school if it's going to be virtual?
I mean, there's some conversation about that, but those could be happening right now. And so if they are, they're accounted for.
Okay, that makes sense.
I need to clarify. Well, I do. This is a pull from Skyward as of 6/20, so 24. So it's as of today.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. Any more discussion or thoughts before we have Rachel take us back to the agenda? I think we wanted to get to the calendar conversation, which may not be a real heavy lift, and then start looking at, is there anything else you all have the sort of brain power or will to do today, or do we start looking at tomorrow's agenda? Rachel, what was that? What all was left?
My memory is that we discussed this morning that we would go to the 2 dates in the blackout calendar next.
Right, which is
Kick
calendar.
grievance till tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, that's totally fine.
Yeah.
We need to get that stuff done, I think, because
Grievance
of timeliness.
No.
Professional development staff meeting still sort of sitting out there, and then I think that's it. I think. Who wants to lead on this blackout calendar? Is that easiest to start with? Michelle, I think you raised it.
Did you
Or-
make an example one? Oh, I didn't know if you put it in.
Dr. Schumacher, I think, can take the lead on the blackout calendar.
Glad to.
Thank
A
you.
historical context here. Can someone give me
Page
like,
22 of
of-
the agreement
of the agreement list
talks
dates
about
that leave
specific
cannot be
that's
utilized?
right, that you cannot take leave. Blackout dates where you cannot take leave.
Where you cannot take personal leave.
And
Right,
it's the
obviously if
same
you're-
as this paragraph at the bottom of the paper Michael gave us.
Say it
Say
again.
that again?
Oh, this is reflected in the P and A, isn't it? This bottom.
Yeah, this is the language.
Document
Okay.
is the same, at the bottom is the same as the
Yeah.
P and A, I believe.
It is.
And this has to do with the fact that it'd be problematic based on the calendar, how many
So I
of
think-
our staff we would have out and not be able to find subs for them potentially. That's why we make them black.
No, I can't.
I don't know
speak
why
to
they
that.
originally made them blackout, because that probably was before my time, but it's probably because you'd be extending a holiday type.
Like a lot of people might potentially want to take that as a day because then they get a longer holiday and we could not possibly get enough subs to cover that day.
I'm guessing from a district perspective too, the initial, 5 days of the school year, those are training
Right.
and PD that, requiring staff to be here and
Right.
not have the possibility of taking personal leave.
So for two purposes, really important days for presence. And then the second reason is so we don't have a sub problem.
Sub-problem, extending vacations, I think as Jill mentioned.
I think a lot of that also was a caveat of not having a substitute management system and doing it in-house, which did put a lot more pressure on our internal stuff.
I would say, certainly our fill rates are much, much better, since we've outsourced it. There's no doubt about that.
And so you'll notice, sorry.
Go for it.
I was going to say that the August 6th, 7th, 10th, and 11th, that's the first 4 days of teacher orientation.
Okay.
And that is what has happened in years past. But then like the next ones, it says administrators can't use personal time, but teachers can. You see that on August?
Yeah.
So like, that's the first week of when,
Class?
this is the original one, right? Because
This is the original.
yeah.
This doesn't
So
reflect
like,
the
it's the
change.
first, August 12th would have been the first day that students report. So that's not a blackout day for teachers. See what I'm saying?
Because now the first day is, can someone
So
remind me?
that 12 should be 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Yeah, so we put this together before the board meeting on
So it should read
Monday.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21 in
Correct.
August.
Well, that original August 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is the pre-service. I'm not suggesting, just to be clear, that all be blackout. I'm just suggesting those are the pre-service dates.
Okay.
So 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 are pre-service.
So then when it says first 5 days of the school year, that would actually start with August 17th, which is a Monday.
Through the 21st, that's correct. And then the rest of the calendar, until we get to May, should be accurate.
So what-
Well, I don't know, that's not necessarily true.
I think what you brought up is that technically in our negotiated agreement, it says the first 3 teacher orientation days when we've had 4 orientation days for many years.
That's correct.
I'm trying to think what page that was on. I had it
Me
pulled up.
too.
I'm trying to look at it too.
What are you trying to find? Sorry.
The
That-
blackout days.
I found it. It's, because I did have it up, page 47. And so it's in Article 12, Section E, the third. Is it the third? Hold on. Yeah, it's like the second set of bullets. So if you can find the section on page 47 where it talks about like Labor Day, Thanksgiving break, winter, all those bullets, the next set of bullets, it says the first 3 days of the contract year for returning teachers will be for in-service and classroom work. Over at least for the time that I've been here, or several years that I can remember, it's been 4 days that we've had in-service and classroom work before students come.
Stephanie, I shared it so you can actually follow along.
So it wouldn't be in the blackout date section, what we're looking at right now.
Thank you,
is
Rachel.
page 47.
Thank you.
45.
Oh, 45.
45 in my printed copy.
Okay, sorry. I'm looking at the one that we have as a Google Doc, which I bet has
It's
changed the
probably
numbers.
off. I pulled up the March 2020. So this is.
Good, okay, so keep going, yep, and then it's the second set of bullets.
Okay.
That first bullet. What we're saying is, or I think what Michelle brought up was that past practice has been,
Oh, so we don't have in service the first 3 days. We now have it 4.
we have for a while, and then this year, she's adding in some more dates, but I don't think she was,
So it'll be
Counting
7
that.
this year, but historically, it's been 4, even though the agreement says 3.
Okay.
So the only thing that we're really talking about is changing that
To 4.
4 and understanding that this year is wonky.
As long as I think that's
Yeah.
the conversation we need to have, for sure.
Right.
And then, in addition to that, what's the conversation around blackout days and specifically around those 7 days? The rest of the calendar, we just need to adjust accordingly, but those 7 days, we need to talk about what should be blackout and what should not be blackout.
Do we have those other PD days on this?
Yeah.
So that those are,
so in a typical year, we would be 6, 7, 10, and 11. Those would be our in-service days and our teacher workday. You're saying we should talk about what the 12th, 13th, and 14th should, whether or not those should also be blackout?
Well, if you look at the bottom,
And
it says
or-
6 says professional development day, so would that include the 12th, 13th, and 14th regardless?
So that's a new ad, if I remember correctly.
It
Professional
is.
development is a new ad, so we need to adjust accordingly to that. I mean, technically, according to that, all of those 7 days should be blackout days. The question is, I mean, I'm just going to say this out loud. I personally don't think that's fair. I mean, yes, we added the days to accommodate the learning, but I also think it's a really tough time of the year to have 7 blackout days in a row. So I would like for us to have a conversation. Do we just say you couldn't take more than 3? I don't know. That's the conversation we need to have.
Well, and I think also on what rationale would someone be taking personal days? Because there's always been waiving criteria where we've waived those blackout dates. If you were taking your kid to college, if you had a wedding, whatever. There was language in there about that. So to me, that's something we would continue to practice.
Right, and I think that we also have to set the precedent that, especially with Canvas and potentially virtual learning and potentially a significant change in building procedures, those days are going to be very important for the success of buildings.
And yeah, Michael, you're right, there are exceptions to blackout days. I don't know if taking your student to college is in there, but you said that people can request to have that
Yeah.
blackout day waived for them so they could take their,
And I'm going to put myself and Linda on the spot here, but I believe maybe 2 or 3 years ago, HR, kind of made a request of NEA, hey, we want to start applying this, for taking a kid to college.
Okay.
And we've kind of made the analysis that it's similar to a wedding or something like that, so we have allowed that.
I guess I feel better.
It was a bit of a reach, but we felt like it was,
I would feel better about it. I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
always your legal guidance is going to be treat everyone exactly the same. So if there's going to be an exception, I'd much rather be memorialized in the agreement.
I know as a department, we would be comfortable with that, because we've tried to be frankly lenient on those pieces.
I also feel better about the 7 being blackout days, even though I just kind of contradicted what I just said, knowing that there are all of those exceptions. That makes me feel better about it, but
Do you have your microphone still?
Well, I didn't want to interject, but I do, one thing you can't take a blackout day is for your personal wedding, and it may not happen, but there might be someone who had to reschedule their wedding because of COVID. So I imagine that could fall under the waiver by the superintendent since that language went in. But I would agree that if you're going to go those 7, you should have a discussion about whether taking your child to college and how many days you want to exempt for taking to college. I think that should go on that list and become, if that's past practice, I think you should have a dialogue as to whether that makes the list. Because
Well,
that's the biggest question I get on a typical year is, can I take my child to college?
And I think this is an area where it'd be really helpful if, you know, there was kind of a cheat sheet and it was in both the administrator and the staff of like, these are the things that typically you can apply to get a waive for.
Well, it was in there. I mean, I think, is it still in the agreement?
Yeah, I think he meant like
Is
in a
it?
staff handbook as well.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I'm saying.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, we have always just referred to the P&A, and as I
Right.
said, we've
And on
Try
those
to meet
same
people where they're
lines with, you know, exceptions to things, if it's something that one of your own personal children has that's going to take you out of town around one of those blackout dates, is that something that can be excused as well?
I think you can always apply to ask the superintendent to waive. You know what I mean? That was something that was added recently.
Correct.
where are those exemptions at?
I think they might have been where you were looking first, Rachel, which was page like 22, because that's where it discusses blackout. So I'm assuming that's where it would have the exemptions.
Here it is, it is 22, Michael.
Yep, there it is, okay.
High school graduation, college graduation, military ceremony,
Yeah,
court appearances, religious holidays, to attend a wedding of immediate family, or if authorized by the superintendent.
yep,
But
that was
the-
new.
Right.
Authorized by the superintendent based on related to 1 through 6.
I think that's where the question was, if you're
Yeah.
traveling for one of those things. Is
Right.
that the,
Okay.
again, because you always have to be very, very careful about
No, I know,
exceptions to
and
the
I'm
rule.
just saying that there's not, just to clarify against his question was, since the reasoning may not line up with one of these, there is not the option to ask the superintendent to waive that.
For what circumstance?
Say my kid was,
I can give my example if
okay,
you want.
I was trying to save you.
Well, because my personal example, because the professional development days is in there, a few years ago, that would have affected me because my daughter had a regional gymnastics competition on a professional development day.
Uh-huh,
When this wasn't listed in here, I was able to take that day so I could go and watch her.
uh-huh.
Or there's other times where, you know, they have meets that are out of town. Sometimes they fall over holiday weekends because that's just when they schedule those meets,
I see.
you know, and that would affect me because, well, I can't go watch and sorry, you can't compete,
Got it.
you know, and I don't have any control over when the gym schedules and
Right.
things across the country schedule meets and stuff.
I think another exception that comes up, I feel like every single year, and that is the Friday before spring break is also typically the state basketball tournament. So my kid's playing in the state basketball tournament. I have to take a doc day. Even though it's a work day, I'm going to do my work anyway. We had this just last year. I'm going to do my work anyway.
This is always a difficult topic because you can get to a point where your exceptions swallow the rule, and now we don't have these protected, whatever days, and the problem we're trying to solve is no longer solvable.
So if there
But
was a-
also there needs to be,
There
if you
needs
don't
to be
have
a
exceptions,
human
then it's
side.
not viable either, so.
I think number 7 on there is still good, having authorized by the superintendent.
Yeah.
But the part that it says it's based on extenuating circumstances related to 1 through 6 means that you can only ask the superintendent if your circumstance relates to one of the 6 above.
Right, again, my concern being that, going back to trying to treat everybody exactly the same, let's say, for example, you have a superintendent one year who's like, all the basketball tournaments, like, exception, right? Even though it's not, and then the next year, different superintendent, and they say, no, I'm not doing that. And then that person feels like they've been treated differently than another staff member. You always want to do everything you can to avoid that.
Right.
So, yeah, it's a tough line. It might be helpful to start thinking about what those major categories are and if we're in fact granting them.
Mike, did you say that you were interested in adding moving a child to college under this list of exceptions?
I would be okay with that discussion, but I would tell you that in my analysis, 7 captures that possibility, because our application was taking a kid to college is super similar to number 2, college graduation
Oh,
ceremony,
I
something
see.
like that.
Right.
That's how it's read.
Right. So I would assume our recommendation to the superintendent, should Jonathan need to take his kid to college, that would be, yeah, let's grant him that based on its similarity to number 2.
I understand.
But I do get your point too. I mean, it's certainly a slippery slope. I mean, as this exemption list gets bigger and bigger, we essentially don't have many
Right.
blackout dates, right? So.
Right.
And we also are going to be discussing how many of the 7, or,
That's-
you know,
I
if
think
we want
that's-
to put any kind of,
For this year, I think we
Caveat.
need to discuss that.
okay.
I think maybe we should like proceed with the discussion and then keep thinking about those exceptions and if there's something that needs to be done with them, with that language.
So right now, the way that the language reads with the current agreement, right? The first 7 days, so 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 would be blackout dates.
That's correct.
Six, 7, 10, 11, and where does the 14 come from?
12, 13, 14.
Okay.
Because those are added
Right.
professional
1, 2,
development.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Technically-
7.
Technically, the 14th is not added. It was changed from September 18th. So it would have, so really,
Oh.
5 of those 7 would have originally been blackout dates anyway.
5 of the 7?
Because we took a PD day out of September 18th and moved it back to pre-service. So technically, it would have been a blackout anyway. So 5 of the 7 would have been blackouts.
Why wouldn't it be 6 of the 7? Because you said you did 1?
Because according to the language, it only blocks out 3 days, and we've been doing 4 days.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so if we continue to just look at the calendar and just to firm up what would currently be blackout dates, should that be a good exercise for us?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right, so maybe skipping the administrator ones. September 7th is Labor Day, so the day before would be September 4th, and the day after is September 8th. So those are blackout dates. Parent-teacher conferences. October 23rd. That would be a blackout date.
And that's because it's a,
That's the
Day-
daytime
Daytime
Daytime conference,
conferences, yep.
So the nighttime conferences don't apply on the 21st and 2nd?
Don't think they do.
That's a required night duty.
So even if I took the day off, I have to do the night duty?
I've always told people you do, they're different.
Okay.
Unless you can work with your, I think what conversations we've had in weird sorts of situations is to work with your administrator to find a 5th night. If it's conferences, then you obviously have to find 3 hours to do that.
Okay.
So moving into November. This has been unique with the flex days, but So the 20, let's see.
Tuesday, the 24th is going to be the parent-teacher flex day, which is
Right.
also the day before vacation.
So that's when you're completing your hours and logging them.
Mhm.
Okay,
But if you haven't completed and logged them, it's an expectation that you work.
Yep.
okay.
So it does still
technic-
technically apply.
Yep,
Yes.
so technically, the only blackout date is the Tuesday. So you couldn't take a personal day on the Tuesday.
Okay,
Nor could you on Monday because it's self-directed PD.
Because it's PD.
Now, it needs to be added, I think.
Yep.
But it's also self-directed.
But if you haven't done it by that time, you
You
have
can
to.
do it that day.
Oh, you mean
But you can do it
that-
that day, that
but
Monday.
I was
So the
thinking-
expectation is that you would do your PD on Monday if you hadn't done it yet.
But
So you could-
what
you
it
could-
would stop me from doing is if I didn't do my self-directed and I just took that day off
As a personal day.
as
You
a
could-
personal day.
You
So
could flex
this,
it, or, that's it, flex it.
They have to log their hours that day, so I would say, yeah, it's a blackout.
it should be a blackout. I think so too.
Okay. So November 23rd.
Is that covered though by number 6 down there at the bottom?
But if you did your PD beforehand, you wouldn't have to worry about it.
You would just flex it.
Yeah, as long as your hours are logged, then
You
you've
don't
worked
commit.
the day.
Yeah.
Yep. So the day after vacation is November 30th, so that's a blackout date. December, we go into December, so the day before the vacation is the 22nd. And then we jump into January. And the day after vacation is the 4th.
And we should add January 5th as a PD day.
And yep, so the 5th is PD, yep. '15th is the day before MLK. And then the 19th is the day after.
Can I pause for a
Yep.
second?
I was-
Sorry. In January, I'm looking at, I think, the old calendar. So this had the 4th as PD and the 5th as the workday. The new calendar, does it have it flipped?
The new calendar has January the 4th as the workday and the 5th as PD.
Okay, so
That's
the
what
one
I'm
I'm
looking
looking at is
And-
just flipped. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
December 22nd,
Yep.
that's new, isn't it? We
Yeah,
don't typically,
Yeah, because of the new calendar that you presented to the board on Monday, this 22nd is going to be our last day before winter break.
Correct.
and it's a work day. That was just like, oh,
It's
that's
not a work,
different.
well, I don't know if the 22nd is a work day of
I
December.
don't think it-
We have finals.
It's end of semester, early dismissal, / teacher work day. Okay, I got confused.
So, yeah, the kids get dismissed early and then the rest of our day is a work day.
So that's normal. That's just me.
You're fine.
Reading.
So then jumping back into the calendar, February, we have on this blackout sheet, the day before President's Day is the 12th, and the day after is the 16th, and is there PD?
16th is a PD day.
16th is PD, so
Yeah,
we have it on
So that's
there.
still on there, that's good. And no day conferences, right? Okay. And then March, day before vacation is the 12th, and the day after is the 22nd. No PD there.
April 2nd needs to be added.
April 2nd, yes.
April 2nd's a no school, pre-K through 12.
It's a no school, but it is the self-directed, it's the parent-teacher log.
Gotcha.
Friday's the self-directed and Monday's the PD.
They took out
That
the.
changed
Yeah, they
in the
changed
new
it.
calendar
We took out the PD.
We put the PD at the end of the year, right?
Okay,
because it
so-
helps with senior
so did we-
hours.
So did we make Friday the flex day or the Monday the flex?
Friday the 2nd is the parent-teacher flex day.
And then you said the 5th is just a regular like an in-service PD day?
It's just a regular school day.
It's a regular school day
Okay.
in the new calendar. So it doesn't need to be added, because I was thinking it was PD. It's not. Should not be added.
April 2nd is not PD?
No.
So
That's
It's a fl-
conferences though. It's a blackout. That conferences, that's the conference day, so that's a blackout day for people who have not done their conferences, if you want to be consistent with what you did in November.
Correct. So it
Day
should match
conference.
like October 23rd type, like, I mean, it's a flex day for parent conferences.
And that's the November day,
Okay.
So you can flex it, or it's a blackout date.
or you hold conferences.
Correct.
Yeah.
So April 2nd is on. Okay, so that takes us to May, and the last 5 days of the school year, starting with the 19th.
Those may,
Is that right?
Is it the last 5 school days with kids, or it's the last 5 contract days for teachers, right? Is
The
that right?
last 5 student days and then the last contract day are all. So
Yeah, but the problem is we have
kids
2 days after the students because we put the PD flex day at the end.
Well, the 26th would not be a blackout. It would only be a blackout day if you didn't do your PD.
it's a blackout day either way, but if you did your PD, you can flex it.
Right.
But if you don't do your PD, you have to work it,
Because it's the last,
because it's PD.
I think,
because Tuesday's the work day and Wednesday's the quote-unquote last day for teachers. That is the flex day. So on the blackout calendar, I think it would be helpful for people, and I can help with that, is if we make that clear so people don't freak and go, what do you mean it's a, we could say blackout
Do like an
day,
asterisk on there.
yeah, flex day PD, and then if, the PD, and if people don't understand, then I can say, this expectation is you will be at school that day.
Well, and it's also based off of snow days too.
Got it. So this,
May
is this
24th.
something that teachers get?
Yes.
So this is their roadmap for like,
May
okay.
24th is not.
Theoretically, hopefully.
Memorial Day is the 31st.
Yeah, the last day for school for students is May 21st in the calendar that you guys submitted, right? The last day for students is Friday, May 21st.
Nope, 24th, Monday the 24th.
To the 24th.
Oh, I see,
That is
because
correct.
Memorial Day is not May 24th. Memorial
That
Day
is
is
not
May.
Memorial Day, it's just the last day with kids.
That's really confusing.
It is.
So
So
really,
then,
May 19th, do we get rid of May 19th? Since it's not the last 5?
If it's the last 5 day for teachers, is that what we're saying? Then it should start with the 20th.
Correct.
Wait, isn't it the last 5 days and the last contract day?
So that should be the
Yes.
20, 21, 24, 25, 26.
It says that our contract reads the last 5 official days of the school year.
So
as
it's,
recognized by the State Department of Education.
so it should be 20, 21, 22, no, 20, 21,
24.
24, 25, 26.
Correct.
Cross out the 19th.
Correct.
And the 24th is not Memorial Day, I don't
Yep,
think.
that's what Jonathan just said.
No,
It's the
yeah,
31st.
Yeah.
So
Which
this-
shouldn't be impacted, right? Because that's just not during this calendar, because it falls so,
That's
the
correct.
31st is the last Monday in May, so it's a little bit weird this year.
Yeah.
So
Well,
are you-
and these are those last 5 days that can move.
That's actually probably really helpful for fitting in everything we need to fit in, because Memorial Day is so late.
so are you saying the last student day for next year is Monday, May 24th?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so let me go back up to the top and confirm what we got. 6, 7, August 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, blackout dates. September 4th, September 8th, October 23rd, November 23rd and 24th, November 30th, December 22nd, January 4th, 5th, 15th, and 19th, February 12th, 16th, March 12th, March 22nd, April 2nd, May 20, 21, 24, 25, 26.
Yes, that's what I have.
That's what I have.
Okay.
And based on the language to waive blackout, we're good with 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14?
Yeah, I mean, any staff can request to waive the blackout dates with that rationale that's in the P&A on any of these dates. But yes, on the 6, 7,
I do think that we do need to look at there is no exemption on that for your child's event or something that you know, maybe we talk about having the ability to ask the superintendent in that instance, you know, because we do have a lot of kids that play really upper level stuff that their parents are not able to go to. I don't know how. And I mean, it's.
Are you talking
ultimately-
about those
is it-
7 days or in general?
In general.
Oh, okay.
Is it mostly an issue that we're experiencing around the holidays because a lot of tournaments are scheduled on those dates, or could it potentially be a beginning of the school year issue as well?
That's probably
I mean, for my specific incident, it was a PD day a few years ago that would have been a blackout
Okay.
under this contract, but it wasn't, because this is, the PD day is new.
And you went through that process of requesting an exemption?
I didn't have to because it wasn't considered a blackout at that time,
I
but
see.
now it would.
because recently, what was it,
Last
a
year.
year ago? Yeah, that we added
Sure.
PDs to be blackouts.
But the same thing around, you know, with an extended holiday like President's Day, there are tournaments, you know,
Right,
that could cause people to go out of town.
right. And I get that, and I think that's important, for anyone who's a parent, that's an important consideration. I wonder how we, you know,
Apply it.
again, how do we get language that doesn't cause the rule to be swallowed, right? So now it's,
Hey, can I only because I am getting confused, can we finish the blackout calendar?
Yeah.
And then go to that language?
I thought we had. I'm sorry.
Oh, did we? Are we?
Well,
We're
because she was
good?
asking our thoughts on the,
I just want to make
The
sure we're
7
good
days
on
at the
those 7
beginning.
days, as long as
I
we
mean,
have.
as long as.
because of the wording that we've added professional development days as a blackout day. I know that that would be a change though for teachers, because now it would be 7 days instead
lot.
of 4. But then we'll have one less blackout day though in September, because you moved that PD. You mean discussion on like, well, I think you're right that we do have that, we do have the opportunity to ask the superintendent.
And that goes for weddings, because that's my big consideration.
Yeah.
Let's say you're a
It
bride.
does count weddings.
But if,
Well,
what if it's
it
not
doesn't
your
count your
family? What if
own.
you were a bridesmaid in a wedding and originally you said, oh, that I can be there the Friday before because that's not in violation with the contract, and now it is? Or your personal wedding, which is not exempted during a blackout day?
What if we considered, I'm just throwing it out here, what if we just considered a TA for this particular COVID situation, where we said if it doesn't fall within the set, one of those reasons,
Extenuating
that you
sensitive.
can write a letter of appeal to the superintendent for,
A
Waiver.
COVID
or designee
yeah.
for, due to extenuating circumstances of this calendar. That just it gave that extra ability to.
I can agree
I mean,
with that.
I'm just gonna, in all fairness, 7 days, that's 7 days of daycare I wasn't planning on having likely, or at least 4 days I wasn't planning
Oh,
on
yeah.
having, and what if I can't? I think the other thing that I would say is, in this particular instance, I still might be able to completely participate and just not be there, because I can WebEx in, or I can still collaborate with my team. I feel like we need to give,
Some
this is a
flexibility.
unique situation. It's a unique calendar for us, and I think people have extenuating circumstances based on where we are right now.
Yeah, I think that'd be good to have the TA that says, if your reason for having to take a personal day during those first 7 days does not fall within these first 6, you can ask the superintendent or designee.
Do you guys want me to start one?
I think that, you know, I mean, I'm piggybacking off of that is like, you know, the workday of like, why does it have to be on this specific day? You know, like,
One of those 7 days would be a teacher work day, is what you're talking about?
We have 2 halves right now built.
and that's to me is like, you know, if we flex that to like, you have the beginning of, you know, before, that allows people to go in when there's not so many people in the building if they felt more comfortable. I mean, there's all sorts of
saying-
different
oh,
things.
okay.
Can you keep it not so general as the 7 days, just to say COVID related, because you're still making them write a letter? I'm thinking that there's all kinds of things that could be altered.
I meant the calendar was,
Cal-
I'm sorry, I meant the calendar was altered due to COVID.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's life situations that might have things fall on blackout days that are unusual. Just, there's tons of weddings all those weddings from March till July got rescheduled. And so.
There's some personal trauma
Well,
there.
not just if you're the bride, but there are we have a lot of young teachers who are, they are, so you don't have to specify that. You can just, rather than saying during these 7 days, just saying if a blackout day, if an event has been impacted due to COVID for a blackout day, you may write the superintendent. And then, the superintendent still gets to agree or not agree. But then I'm guaranteeing, I just know my life, and I just know that these are the kind of calls I'll have this fall. I've already had a few.
And just, I am all for considering this odd place that we're in, but just to be the voice of the other side a little bit, so we're hearing both sides. I would be a little hesitant to open it wide open, because it is going to be Linda and Dr. Sig and I working through these. I mean, in reality, of course, we'll confer with the superintendent, but I just think we need to keep our eye on the idea too that we're here to serve these kids on these days too. So let's just be careful as we.
I was suggesting the 7 because that's a late change in the game. There aren't other changes. So when I committed to the rescheduling, I knew then if I committed, I was going to have to take a day. I didn't know we were going to have 7 days before the school year. So that, I think, is sort of a late in the change game, and that's why I'm suggesting the original 7.
I can get behind that.
I hear you. I also feel like this is a very small percentage in reality of probably that's going to have to deal with.
I think you would be surprised at the number of requests,
Yeah,
right?
I'd tell you the PD before spring break. Is there a PD before spring break? I'd have to pull
Not for
that.
high
Work
school, but I
day.
think for middle.
Work day before spring break.
I think it was a half a day on Thursday, right, for middle and elementary, that was PD?
That was the May one.
Oh,
When we had that first week.
Those absences were astronomical.
Okay. I don't know.
But do those absences perhaps also speak to what people feel like they're getting out of PD?
It's a work day.
Oh, Michael was saying, I thought he said a PD day. I'm sorry.
I was referring to a PD day. Yeah,
The Friday before spring break is a work day. That's why I thought you said that.
yeah, that one was high too, but
That one's really high because it's the Big
Especially
12
if it's
basketball
fourth.
tournament.
Yeah.
But
well, for middle and elementary, that work day, they wouldn't have taken a personal day, right, because it was
No, but
work from home.
But it's
the
a day
PD
before a
that
holiday.
used to be in May
Oh.
was high absence.
But I feel like I've heard various people from various buildings across the district saying like, well, I take a PD day because I don't have students, so I'm not planning for a sub, and I don't feel like I'm getting anything out of the PD. So I think that high level of absences also speaks to the quality of PD people feel like they're getting.
Just a narrative.
We ran these numbers, actually last year during negotiations during this conversation, and attendance on PD days is not significantly high unless it's correlated to a holiday.
To what?
A holiday.
Okay.
So like if it's the Tuesday after President's Day and I'm going to be able to take a significant amount of time,
Right.
that's when it goes up. But a traditional PD day, if I remember correctly, because we thought it was going to be high and it was not. But if it's correlated to a holiday or connected to a holiday, then it's high. Or would be if I could take it off.
I mean, that makes
Now,
logistical
I mean,
sense
then I
to
could
me,
take it off.
right?
Now I can't.
I don't know if that's correct.
I
Trying
think
to
it
find
also has to do with where they are.
Say that again, Michael.
I'm not certain that that's correct. I do remember a day that was kind of a standalone.
PD?
I'm trying to find that data.
Okay. I just remember it not being nearly as high as we anticipated it to be.
Yeah.
folks, I just want to do a quick check-in and just a time check.
Oh, she's still here.
1:45. Oh, yeah, I'm listening. It's 1:45, and it sounded as though, at one point, I heard you guys say that you had figured out the blackout calendar, and now you've moved on to the secondary issue, but you haven't moved on to the 2 days, have you? You're still on kind of on blackout calendar, aren't
We're in
you?
agreement of the blackout calendar. We're just trying to figure out some logistical stuff in regards to some of the blackout dates.
Okay, gotcha. And is somebody, I guess, is memorializing or capturing something that can be turned into a TA if this is what you do with it? Or are you guys just doing this informally?
I don't know if this.
Do we need one? I mean, that's the question. Do we need one?
I don't know what you've historically done.
Michael and Linda, you guys deal with this more than anybody.
I don't know if, a TA for this calendar?
Like for those first 7 days, or,
I think if we're going to put in anything that we talked about of like there a way to petition or something to miss during one of those times, then yeah, we need a TA.
I think we only need it if we're going outside of the normal requested.
That's my thought too.
That's what yeah. I mean, if we're just brainstorming on what the blackout days are, then it is what it is.
But do we need to change on 47 where it says the first 3 days of the contract year for returning teachers will be for in-service and classroom work?
So I think the
I don't
answer,
think we've talked about it yet.
yeah, I think that's the secondary
Okay.
issue.
All right, I just wanted to say.
You guys just, I'm happy to draft something up, but if it's not needed,
I'm just trying to figure out where you are in the process, and even if it's not a TA that someone's capturing what you decide, they should forget by July 13th.
Let me try and wrap this up here of like, we've come up to the blackout dates.
We're good there.
That we're good on.
Yep.
I think it would maybe be good to have a TA that just says that in the event that you have an obligation, whatever, I'm not language smithing right now, that conflicts with one of the PD days in the beginning of the school year, that you can petition the superintendent or their designee to be waived. Something along those lines.
Throughout the whole year?
I was just speaking to the beginning
Beginning days.
section, because that's what we were focusing on.
This is just one voice in here, but I could get behind that, I think, just those first 7 days. But I think we need to consider, I mean, what would be some instances that would fall outside of the already listed ones?
the one that we had mentioned was I couldn't get married. I had to move my wedding date back.
I think that's a good point. I would argue that there's language in there already.
That
Not for your, not
not
for your
for
own
yourself.
personal. If it's your own personal
I know,
wedding,
but there's
yeah.
reference to a wedding. And then
Yes.
it says.
Oh, so it's related to the wedding. I see what
Related
you're
to 1
saying.
through 6,
Yeah.
and so I can make that request to the superintendent because
But
it's
do
related to number.
people make that jump, like, kind of like you were saying, like,
It-
moving to college is related to graduating for college, but I believe Linda said she still gets that question quite a bit of, well, is this allowed? Should I?
I will-
Isn't that new, though?
Yes,
That's a new, so we don't know,
and I think
because it just came in.
in the
in March,
past,
right?
your own wedding has never counted.
Right, because you don't want people to plan their wedding
Correct.
or during the school year.
Appropriately, but you know what, if
But
you're
that's-
looking and you found something that first weekend and you're just gonna take off Friday, that is now a PD day, I think, let's have a little bit of grace and,
Right.
Yeah.
But
Well,
number 7 is an ad in March, correct?
Yes, that was added March 2020.
So we
That's
don't
right,
really
that's right.
know
Wow, I, like,
if
completely
people are
forgot.
interpreting it
And
correctly.
I can tell you that at least from my perspective, I have not fielded that question yet. But I think it's something.
But you
with-
wouldn't, because we haven't been in
What
school
if
since
we
it was
just-
approved.
Well, that's true.
What if
That's
we
right.
just did related to the types of events listed or something like that?
Well, the only thing is that because we, like Michelle was saying, because we are adding 3 more days that would be blackout, and it's June, right now it's June 24th, somebody could have already had something that was planned, maybe on the 12th, 13th, or 14th, that might not fall into those categories because back in
Those were just
May.
supposed to be regular
Yeah,
school
back in May, they
days.
thought that they wouldn't be blackout days, and now they are going to be blackout days because we're adjusting. And that's why I thought you brought it up.
So your phrase that I wrote down, extenuating circumstances related to these changes to the 2021 calendar.
So based on the change in this calendar, I could have agreed to be in my best friend's wedding on Saturday, the 15th, and I could have taken both Friday and Monday off. Now I can't do that.
Unless you get the exception,
That's right.
Which is
which there's
7.
still a possibility for that.
That exception is here now,
Yeah.
based on how I read this.
Now, the only, Jonathan's example, I do not think fits here. So unless we want to consider that as, something that we would consider in that first 7 days, then we would have to have a TA. But the wedding example, the taking your kid back to school example, I think those exemptions can be captured in what we already have in the current P&A.
I think we do need the TA because there probably are instances of people having plans of things that are not in those first 6 because they thought the 12th, 13th, and 14th were not going to be blackout days because we just now,
And the
changed.
TA is just focusing on that.
So maybe I was gonna take a 1-day trip to Omaha that day,
Yes,
and now I can't.
correct.
I mean, I think it should be pretty easy, just,
And that's what I thought you meant Michelle, when you were bringing that up, was that that by adding blackout days, that's going to mess with people that maybe have already had plans.
A
for them.
plan.
Like when we have to move the school
I've
year
been waiting
back.
all summer to visit my family until it was safe, and this is the date I was gonna go see my grandma.
Yeah, for whatever the reason may be, they weren't blackout days a week ago.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Well, we weren't blackout days of an hour.
So do we wanna do a
whatever.
TA
Well,
that
it
is
changed
Well,
Monday
with the
night.
board,
Yeah.
Should it be specific to then those days, those 7 days?
I think it should be specific probably to those 3 days.
Okay, so the TA would look something like for the added
August 12th, 13, 14.
of August 12th, 13, and 14. A professional employee may request an exception.
Are we saying an exception outside of the 7 identified ones?
Right?
Yes.
Outside of can someone give me that paragraph listed in section blah, blah, blah of the,
It's on page 22.
Article 12, Section D, number 2, 7 and 26.
Yeah, there's the 7 items under
Oh.
section D2 of Article 12.
I thought you went all
I
lawyer
thought
in there.
article, I thought it was article,
it's a legal
Is it not
symbol.
12?
hold on, I thought it was
I
article
understand.
8. I think it's article 8.
Sorry.
Roman numeral.
Yeah, article 8, section D,
2-7,
2.
or
It's
D2.
D2, and then there are 7 items.
Okay, we don't need to
Yeah.
do that. D2, the professional negotiated agreement.
Probably should put the year on there as well, because the dates will be different if we have to do something like this for next year.
Do we need to say
Hopefully,
anything
we never have
else?
to do this again.
I don't think so.
Uh,
I think those instances are going to come because teachers will, principals need to be aware, and then our building reps will be aware, because that's going to happen so fast out of the gate. It's either, those questions are either going to come this summer, as soon as people see that, or the first day they come back from school.
is that helpful language that I put at the end, just to be clear, it's the same process?
I hate to get into semantics, but should we say should request a waiver so we don't have exception and exceptions right next to each other?
Yeah.
And then would it be the waiver request? in the last sentence then? Or does it matter?
Yep.
Do you want it directed to the superintendent, or do you want it directed to?
Or designee's going to go to HR,
Just
Michael and
direct-
Lachelle,
just cut
unfortunately.
out the. Have it go straight to HR.
We should still
I
put
mean, I want to
superintendent.
have the same process as in the,
It comes to us.
It
Oh.
should say superintendent, though.
Okay.
That should stay.
Just give me that form so that I'll connect with my phone. Do you send it
I wouldn't say it's a form.
It's
They
not,
would
you just write a letter.
Write a letter.
or email. You have to send it certified mail to the superintendent's home
Receipt
with a
required.
bribe included. No. Okay. Is everybody comfortable with that?
So
I think that's a pretty
would
good
this
solution.
just be an MOU sitting outside of the PNA?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact,
Not, just one last comment. I'm not going to stand in the way of this. It's fine. I just think those days are for Canvas, right?
They're going to be for a variety of things, but Canvas, diversity, and building procedures,
very
And
important.
just,
they are very important days,
Right.
without question.
and with, I mean, our community, our parents, our kids are going to be expecting our teachers to be well-versed on Canvas and ready to go. And living in another school district who also implemented Canvas and seeing the bumps in the road that they had, it's highly important that our staff are ready to go. So,
I would agree
I
with that.
would speak to that in some Canvas training offered to those that can attend earlier, and then flex that learning out would be helpful, because I've never used it, and I would,
You mean earlier than August 6th?
I mean,
There will be some opportunity for that, but it's going to be limited because we're still setting up template. I mean, literally those,
oh, I understand.
we're working on, there will be some though. There will be some.
Yeah, I think that, I know even for myself, I'm like, if I could just get my login and like
Play.
Let
see
me-
and play.
Let me
like,
sandbox for a little bit.
I used it when I taught at Johnson County. It's pretty user-friendly. Some orientation is helpful, but it's like then you just have to,
Right. And
There
I still have
are,
a
there
ton
are
of Google
online
stuff
tutorials of
that I
all
have to
sorts that
transfer.
people are going to be able to get their hands on mid-July.
Okay.
do we want to put a flowery, like, this is, I always use the word flowery, but is it helpful to include, like, we don't want to undermine the importance of these days. This is to or maybe we do it the other way of saying, like, this is done to recognize extenuating circumstances due to the late addition of blackout days, and also these days are really important to attend.
I think both of those comments are important to put in here because it tells the why later in history, but I think I think Michael brings up an extremely great point in the importance of these days. And honestly, most teachers are going to want them. If I'm going to be responsible for Canvas, I want to know how to use it. I mean, that would be me anyway.
I think you're only going to make the people who feel guilty about missing because they've got to go to that way. The people that are just going to flagrantly
Right.
trying to come up with a reason you're not going to really,
I agree with
their
you.
moral compass is already a little bit twisted. So,
and just from an administrative perspective, and maybe in guidance to Dr. Fulton or whomever is finally making these decisions, I mean, are we fully okay with these requests being denied? Or is it just, we expect them to be approved?
Again, I think you would go back, again, you always have to be careful about, if someone says, I was gonna go to Worlds of Fun on that day, right? And we deny it, then we have to apply the same analysis all the time. But I think that we understand the spirit of the agreement is that there may be really important family or life or child events.
That you maybe have even already paid for or something?
Right.
Sure.
So did we decide that no one's going to care about this because it's all about your moral compass, or do we think it's important to?
I think it's important to have in
Okay.
there.
That there may be extending to the addition of
Blackout dates.
these 3 additional blackout dates.
Use addition and additional. You might only use one of those.
I
Related to the additional of these 3 blackout dates. Oh,
Guys, is there a need for anyone to do just a few minute,
potty break, stretch, what do you mean?
stretch something? Well, Rachel sort of formats something here, and then also think about what your energy level is when you sit back down, whether we continue on the conversation about the 2 days.
Yeah, there were 2 days we want to add to.
I believe we do have notes on it. You've already refined the issue. You've already identified interest. I just don't know that we brainstorm solutions. So if people want to take just a 2 to 3 minute, I'll look at the notes from that. And then when you come back, you can decide if you want to keep plugging through or kind of wrap up with agenda and communication.
Well, I think with calendar, we need to fix the bullet point about orientation days at the beginning of the year.
Yep,
Just to add that into our list of.
because it says 3
Are
and it's
we-
supposed to
Are we
4.
adding anything about student or child events?
I don't think so.
I feel like I'm not in a place where I can like fully think through what that looks like. I think that's a worthy discussion to have. I'm just thinking about, again, crafting language that doesn't then make the exception eat up the rule, because then you start to, okay, so what is that event? Does it have to be a sports event? And then we have all the arts events, and then I don't know. But I think as a parent, obviously you want to be there for your child's important events too, and what's important is the self. So I think that that's maybe one of those morning topics, or maybe something to look at immediately as we start conversations for even next school year, to put that on the top of the agenda, because
Let me caveat off of, give you the homework of looking at and seeing if there's any language in another agreement that hits that. That might be a starting point for us. And then maybe we can go off of that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, it's just a real challenge. I mean, I think if I was if I was actually a decision maker in this regard, right, and someone came up to me and was like, my child has a once in a lifetime gymnastics event on this day that we have a blackout day.
Can I get an excuse? Yeah.
Right, but then we are swaying from the agreement, and that makes me uncomfortable. And it makes me uncomfortable it's going to be interpreted differently by different people, and that different rules may be applied, and I certainly don't want that, so.
Taking a break.
Yes.
I just go back.
You jumped the gun.
I couldn't help it.
Side note, are we wanting, is this gonna be part of our
Are we
communication?
mindful, or do you stop our feed?
You mean when we send out our, it could be, yeah. It completely could be.
Live feed on YouTube, so.
I think there's probably.
We want to start our
Oh, I just
communication
wanted
now,
to-
or continue on
Yeah,
with,
just to sort of.
continue
Yeah,
on
just a
with.
process
go ahead.
check. Where are you?
She wants to know where we
Where
are.
are you in the draft?
We are.
And I heard Jay say he wanted to look at some language that may help with this draft. Is it, I'm going to have you guys Google the 80-20 rule sometime, and we'll talk about it. And I bet somebody in the room knows about it. That 80-20 rule that, 20% of your, conversation usually nails 80% of your results. And I think you guys are like convoed out. So I want to just check on this TA. And then the second thing you were possibly going to get to today, I can remind you where you left it off. I just opened the notes, the 2 additional days that were in the calendar for this year that you were discussing how to deal with going forward in the contract or not. You all went all the way through brainstorming on that. So maybe you just kind of review that tonight and you pick up with those 2 days tomorrow. But where are you, Rachel, on this?
Just needing to know everyone's comfort level with the language, if it captures everything we need it to say. I did add the word 7.
You want to read or
just so that we're clarifying what we're talking about there.
I think it captures it. This is Jill.
Okay.
Do we need to do a thumbs?
Yeah. We'll need to do a thumbs. It was my.
Everybody have a chance to read it?
Could you add the word late addition
Mm-hmm.
in that second paragraph due to the late addition?
I think you need to say acknowledging as opposed to acknowledge.
I didn't hear that.
Just some wordsmiths.
Okay. Hey,
My
guys, just
communications
again.
guy is sticking his nose in. I wonder if your team, every time they see our joint statements, is just like, oh, this is not how you do it.
But this is how we do
But
it.
that's how we
Hey,
do
at least,
it.
so on this is not a recommendation at all. It's not a question as related to the content or legality. It's a process point I'd like to make. Do you want to head it up and reiterate where everyone thinks this goes so that later when you're pulling together your TAs, there's no confusion whether or not this was a separate MOU or whether it goes in the contract?
I think this is a separate MOU because it's specific to this school year, and I've labeled it as an MOU rather than a TA. I don't know. I mean, agreement and memorandum of understanding are really the same.
Will you put 2021 in the title?
Yes.
Yeah, and again, I don't have a legal standing or recommendation on it. Just make sure you capture somewhere so when it comes time to print the contract, you know where this is going or not.
But the MOU takes effect immediately upon signature, at least
Good
that's how it
point.
was with health insurance last year. And if for some reason, you know, we may not be done ratifying the contract, even if we settle in July,
It
before this would
accounts,
take effect.
what Linda's saying is by doing it as an MOU, it counts for a contingency that we do not have a ratified P&A at the time of these specific dates. And that's absolutely correct. And I think emphasizes why we would term this as an MOU to make it clear that this is going forward regardless of
Anything else?
P&A status.
I would think it would make sense also versus just putting it in the P&A for 1 year and then immediately sunsetting
Right.
it out. Like, this seems to be a lot more
I think
efficient.
it's more convenient because then we have to do the cleanup work. Now, multiple years, it might be worth it, but
Right.
for a 3-day in 1 year.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so
Is it,
think we're
is it
good.
explicit that,
Okay.
that this expires?
You want to
this
go
year?
ahead and,
I think it's limited very clearly with
Okay.
these dates.
Yeah, it's explicit to those dates.
any other questions on it before we talk about consensus? Everybody read it? If you need more time, say so. Okay? You love it, thumbs up. You can live with it, sideways. You are not good, thumbs down. Russell, you keep your thumb down low or something?
Also, I think our main screen is muted.
Is it?
So she might have not.
no, we're good.
No, yeah, we're good.
No, she wanted to
Okay.
see his thumb like in his picture and he had it down low.
Well, normally we have the whole room camera on also. and
Oh,
it's
yeah,
off.
our camera, our whole room camera is off.
Yeah, it's off. I'm seeing you guys in that gallery view, so I see
Okay.
everybody. Okay, so then I guess you all want to execute signatures at your convenience today or whenever.
Yeah, we'll do it.
And then in terms of the other calendar issue, I'm going to screen share. I don't think you guys have the, I think you guys are getting a little slap happy. I think you should do this tomorrow, but I'm gonna at least let you know where you left, okay?
Just because we're laughing?
Or maybe I'm
I'd
getting
love to
slap happy. I
know
mean,
why
no-
this is
no
so
good.
tiring. Like,
A lot of conversation.
Because you're
is
thinking
that
the
it?
entire
You're
time.
thinking the whole time? I don't feel like this is like the end of a workday usually.
I think it
It's a
also
weird problem.
has to do
You're
with
learning.
the fact of,
Yeah.
I know for myself with my Asperger's, like, I'm running a background program to filter my thoughts and stuff. And like, that takes a lot of energy because we all know whatever we're saying right now is going.
Oh, yeah.
And so there's that background process and it's just running the whole time and it is tiring.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Guys, can you hear me and see my screen?
Correct.
Yes.
Here's what you all did on those 2 additional days that are already built into the upcoming calendar. Here was your issue statement. How do we guarantee adequate plan time for teachers? Calendar for the upcoming year is okay. There were your interests. I won't go through them, but this has been sent to Rachel and Jill to put on Google Drive if you want to go through them before you meet tomorrow. If you decide you want to allot time to this tomorrow. And then you did brainstorm some solutions.
Was that our interest statement? Did we change it that much? Our issue statement? I thought it was how do we align the calendar and contract, but then we ended up changing it because of that?
We did.
Okay,
Well,
gotcha.
it was, but we decided that embedded a
Oh,
solution.
right, you're right, because we were, yeah.
That aligning the calendar and the contract was probably not the only way you can guarantee plan time, right? You were
Okay.
embedding a solution.
I
So,
see.
but you also told me, you guys, that this is not time sensitive necessarily to this year. So do you
No, it
want
is
to
time
look at it
sensitive.
tonight and decide if you want to pick it up in the morning and review real quick what else is left? How do you want to proceed on thinking about tomorrow?
So it is a bit time sensitive because I know Michelle said they like to have their calendar for 21, 22, published.
Okay.
Sooner rather than later. I guess I don't want to put words in your mouth. but
Soon. I would
Soon,
use
yeah.
the word soon. I think we have it ready. We're just kind of working on some logistics.
But that doesn't mean that we have to do it like right this second if people think
Correct.
we'd be fresher in the morning.
A what?
You guys had some some intricate,
I'm okay with
maybe
keeping it there.
solutions. You
Change
had
the
some
title.
basic solutions. And I think it is going to require some brain work in the morning. If you look at some of these solutions, you're talking about again, they were just ideas, but like shortening late starts, kids coming 5 additional minutes a day, seniors having 1 more day. You talked about a lot of really, I don't know if there's significant changes. And then you talked about some basic things, right? In terms of contract language. So if you want to look at this tonight to be fresh, if not, we can pick up with this first thing tomorrow. And would that make sense for our starting agenda item tomorrow?
I'm curious with the new calendar that just got adopted, where we added seniors to that first day. And then I think we moved the PD day to the end of the year. What's that do to hours for seniors now?
Significantly helps. Both of those significantly help. And if we continue that, the seniors coming on that first day, which I'm going to tell you, a lot of people, when we first talked about it, it was like, and then I feel like it totally changed, especially once high school principals sat down and said, let's look and see what the plan is. And one of the high school principals said to me, I really like this idea because there's a lot of things we can do on that day that we would have had to pull instructional time later to do. So I guess to fully answer that, we will have to live it, but it definitely helps with minutes for sure.
I don't know about anybody else, but.
If you guys
I'm-
feel like,
I'm
Yep.
feeling like maybe we table this, just the calendar conversation to tomorrow morning or sometime tomorrow. I just know we're getting, it's 2:15
brain dead.
anyway.
I'd concur.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we like to be able
Jay,
to.
are you maybe almost, between you and Lindsay, are you 2 the youngest people in the room?
I'm sorry, what?
You got a lot of energy, right to say, Jay. You just keep on going.
I think Lindsay's the youngest, and then maybe me or
Mhm.
John.
I'm
No, wait, and
I
Rachel.
think I'm deceiving.
I'm not telling
age.
y'all how old I am.
We have to be the
But your
similar
eyes
age
are
because
still
we were
good.
in
You
college.
use little
I actually
fonts,
think
so-
I'm in the upper end.
Actually, Stephanie, I'm the oldest person in this room. Thank you.
No, but I do like the idea that we finish by 3, but like completely finish by 3. Like we've already written our statement, we've already
Yeah.
had our agenda. So like ending this conversation helps ending that earlier so that we can get all that done before 3.
So would you like to pick this up first thing on the agenda tomorrow? And Rachel, are you typing out the agenda for tomorrow?
on it.
She's multitasking, yes.
I enjoy the mood and the place that we're at now.
I agree.
Hey, by the way,
That's it.
you might think that this mood cannot be better, but I have a 10-week-old granddaughter, my son's first and probably only baby. He had her at 32. Never thought he'd have children, so I'm taking a baby break to lift the mood. Can you see?
Oh,
I know.
Oh,
I
that
got to
is
see her
really
yesterday, so she was playing airplane with her daddy.
she is adorable.
Her name is Adeline, and she was born end of March under COVID. No one could go to the hospital, and I didn't get to really hold her or interact much for 2 months. So anyway, yeah, I gotta brag.
That's almost the view you get right before.
You get puked on?
Yes, exactly.
You know, she's not a puker. I really love that.
That's
Her daddy-
great. Okay, so I've started a document for our June 24th agenda, and it sounds like the first thing on the agenda will be,
June 25th?
oh gosh. Yep,
The
June.
first thing is knowing the date.
25th agenda? Okay, so the first thing on the agenda is reviewing those 2 calendar dates so review and discussion of issue of that's like the full day PD or the full day PT conference and spring work day. Okay.
And then Jill, quick thing. Did I send you and Rachel those notes that I just opened? If you want to put them on Google Drive? Okay.
Do we also need?
Okay. What else?
Where Michelle was talking about just the cleanup.
Oh. Cleanup of P&A language regarding orientation days.
Correct.
Do we have any, obviously we've noticed the grievance issue, but I'm curious because we have a long break before our next days, if there's anything else outstanding that's time sensitive. I just want to do that check.
No, I was just gonna suggest that we look at maybe giving the teams some time to work.
Like that,
Oh, on
Yeah.
their budget stuff?
yeah.
Great idea.
I actually really like that idea because then we don't have to coordinate calendars and figure out if we want to meet in person or whatever. So maybe as soon as we complete those 2 things, then we go into that. I also kind of like the idea of us doing it simultaneously because if you're a slow learner like I am and you need help, we've got people here who can help. So.
You're on your own.
Okay, so then after that, which means, Stephanie, if you're trying to plan your life, I don't know that, and I want to ask, I don't know that we would need you after we finish those 2 things then if we're going to break into our committees. Does anyone
Yeah.
disagree with that?
Think about after lunch, and just do those committees.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm going to say, yeah, that sounds fine. Can you tell me then what is left sort of hanging out there that's not resolved, that you didn't put on the agenda for tomorrow and that's not economic?
Grievance.
Is it the staff meeting and professional development?
Professional development, staff meetings,
Nothing else though, right?
Grievance.
grievance.
But did we put that on for tomorrow or no?
no, because we want to spend
Oh.
the time that we have to,
Okay.
and then obviously actual compensation, we won't have a TA on that.
I know this would be at the end, but like the negotiations
Thank you.
process.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
then we
So-
had NEA 5, that was talking about loss of instructional time.
Is it on your flip chart?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was one that I never captured in my actual notes. I go from NEA 4, which is calendar aligning with contract, to NEA 6. How do we make sure that staff meetings meet the needs? So can you read me that NEA 5? I didn't capture that.
I have, how do we ensure there is sufficient time to teach the priority standards?
God, how did I miss that? That's huge. Is it huge?
Disappointing.
I mean, I think it's similar size to the other things we
Okay.
discussed.
Okay.
But it just hasn't been brought
Then-
back up since the first day that we did that, so I think that's.
Right. I keep looking at my notes and thinking it matches what's on your wall, but evidently my notes were missing that. Guys, can you review what dates we have? We have tomorrow. I have to tell y'all, I didn't find out till last really Wednesday and Friday. I am going to be having a surgery on Wednesday, July 1, and I return in like, I don't know, 2 weeks, the Friday before I'm with you all.
Okay.
But what do we have then when I return? We have 3 days that week I'm returning.
Yep, the 13th, the 15th, and the 16th. So
Okay.
it'd be Monday,
And-
the 13th, yeah.
Okay, and so we still have those kind of 3 now, non-economic issues. We've still got economics to deal with that week. Are we still good with just 3 dates at this point?
I think there's a strong possibility we could get it done.
Okay.
I never schedule anything on the afternoons of today. I don't know about anybody else. I think we'd be more likely to find the time in the near term even if that means we take a break for an hour and come back and do another hour or something, then finding other days.
Yeah, I think if we needed to, we could work longer on those 3 days. If we were close, like you said.
Yeah, and yeah, so those 3 days I do have blocked completely. I do have them blocked completely out. And then if you go into next week, but I think y'all are hoping, and maybe you won't need to, if you're going into next week, I'm not available the 21 or 23rd.
Okay.
Oh,
But
you mean
hopefully you won't have
the
to go
next week of July after the
Yeah.
16th? Okay.
Yeah, July 21, 23rd, I've got booked. Okay. So we got a plan for tomorrow. Now you guys are going to talk about communication, and are you maybe done with me?
Yes.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Thanks for the baby
Okay,
picture.
have a good night, and I'll talk to you in the morning.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.